Is she gonna get Chris to do it? The other team's not even here. It's ridiculous.
Looks like Marguerite has the order.
Would the unretired scrubs please check in?
No, because it's not Tang yet. She doesn't want to. She said, let's wait till 10. Then if they have not come, then she'll be done.
Oh, they're probably here. They're probably in the hall warming up. They'll be on a they'll have found a table somewhere down there. They'll already be here. But I mean, yeah.
What she said is at 10, this team's supposed to go up there, grab the board, and come over here. That's what she told me.
Okay.
It's the procedure. That's what she said.
I mean, yeah. I feel most teams they should change it. I mean,
Well, we're
once you
talking
get in,
4 minutes here.
yeah. I know. But yeah, I just want to make sure that I have the order with the names for them, so they can put the names in place.
Next time we do this, there should be a written thing saying
Yeah.
that televised matches starting at 10 and they have to check in 15 minutes.
Yeah, at least 15 minutes. Thanks for the heads up. Good morning. Right. I'm out of that. Yeah, can you tell them to mute it? Yeah, so it's off now?
You have to do it yourself at some time.
That's fine, I just didn't know they were, why the fuck are they live? They shouldn't be live. Not on, I don't know why they're doing it on our channel. Tests on. Yeah. Are you aware of some of the stuff that I could have said? If I was with someone other than this fine gentleman here, my mouth would be absolute filth.
That's why you saw me doing sign language. What's up? That's how you do it. So, yeah, just make sure before you talk, put it back right up top. Yeah. There's no click on the map. The top one.
Top.
Yeah, the top one.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So, if you want to talk whatever, just make sure you do yourself.
No, I'm not happy. You turn that one back on or off?
Okay, move it off.
There you are.
It's stupid. They just
We're just not going to talk until we got something.
Yeah. I mean, they shouldn't even be running it.
ready to start, so they can turn this,
We
turn
have
this
it.
up anytime.
Well, good morning and welcome to the 2021 JOOLA North American Team Championships. Live here from Washington, D.C. I'm Matt Hetherington. I'm here with Richard McAfee. Absolute pleasure to have Richard with us here up in the commentary booth.
Thanks, Matt. It's a real pleasure to be at one of the longest, maybe the longest, consecutive tournament in the United States, back from the 1930s, and in the wonderful JOOLA show court. Just getting the first match underway.
Of course, this first match between the unretired Scrubs and NJTDC2. Mix of players across both of those teams. NJTDC coming from New Jersey. The LYTDC team not coming from LYTDC, but from mostly the West Coast. So this first matchup, we have Krish Avari and Alessandro Pizzi. Obviously, Krish is a youth Olympian for the United States in 2018 and used to be a member of the U.S. national team. Pizzi I hadn't seen before. I think he's a new arrival to the U.S. But I did catch one of his matches yesterday and definitely looks like he has some good form. I think the 2450 rating they put down is estimated, so it'll be interesting to see what kind of results he can capture here.
Well, so far it's been very much a battle of early match serves as the two players try to get used to each other's service. Had a lot of points scored so far directly on serve.
Definitely great to see Krish out here playing. I don't know if I've really seen him playing the JOOLA team event before, but
Seems to have an excellent table game. Very nice touch, short pushes. He's scored a couple times on just clever pushing.
I think that's probably going to be the basis of his game plan, is just keeping things steady, and especially in tournaments like this, the first match of the day, if you have a game style that allows you to just keep the ball in play, you can kind of ease into it a little bit more comfortably.
Yeah, the umpire did not see let serve there, and good sportsmanship on both players' part there as they point out that it was indeed a let serve.
Nice half-long push there from Pizzi. Suddenly looks like he's assuming most of the risk in this first game.
Yeah, but he's playing very controlled. He's not overhitting. He's playing position. That was a beautiful hitting to one corner, opening up the other corner, and then scoring with just a placement. Alessandro seems to be trying to play more of a power game, but so far he's not been landing his shots.
Of course, this year for the JOOLA team's live stream, we've partnered with OSAI.
Another serve winner.
You can see these side angles with some data analysis and some tracking, some interesting statistics about the placement and ball speed.
Oh, and a lucky break there.
Great way to end the set. First game going to Krishavari.
Takes the first game. It'll be interesting to see now what type of changes that Alasso can make in his game, because he just wasn't landing any of his strong shots. Does he keep swinging, or does he try to figure out a different tactic?
Well, I definitely think he's going to have to keep going for those attacking shots, but a lot of it comes down to whether or not he can stay in position. And a player like Krish is really going to look for as many opportunities as he can come across to keep his opponent off balance. And I think Krish was very successful at keeping Pizzi off balance in the first game. So it's really going to depend on those early couple of points to serve and receive, and whether or not he can get himself into a stable position to actually attack and follow up. So I think definitely in terms of the ball placement, Krish was well in control in that first game.
And he really is. It's a great example of the guy who looks like he's not doing anything really exciting, but being in very much control.
He's had a bit of success with that half-long push wide to the forehand side.
It's a much better start this game.
Bit of an unforced error there. Actually a good setup, good opportunity for him to open the first ball, but not able to make contact.
Yeah, he set the point up perfectly, just not scoring with his big forehand. Oh, that's a really quick shot. Beautiful angle.
It's actually really interesting to see Krish adapting so quickly. You look at already 3 points during this game with that half-long forehand opening where he sailed the first one over the end, floated one a little bit higher and left himself open for a counter, and then the third one was...
That time he did the serve that was effective earlier, but his opponent got used to it.
A little bit too early on that short receive.
Yeah. 2 serve errors in receive there. But Krish. Oh, there's the first real forehand he's landed. It's got a lot of power.
Wow, great forehand counter.
Alessandro really nailed that ball. Beautiful receive. Both these players are serving out, which is a little surprising.
Yeah.
Because the other person's really making pretty good attacks against the long serve.
Looks like the Score needs switching again. 7-5.
Christopher to serve. That time he went with a shorter serve.
Definitely got a better handle on that counter. I
Yep.
think he knows which ball he's trying to go after, that kind of half-long wide forehand. Definitely some more confidence on the attack from PT, and
Yeah, completely different than the first game. Alessandro has a lot more control getting his attacks in this game. Oh, beautiful play there.
so 9-6 here.
Yeah, very big point. Will it be 10-6 or 9-7? Oh, okay. Christopher to serve, and got 2 chances to even this up.
I think he went in a little bit early on the next ball. Oh,
he
missed
had a good
opportunity
shot
there from Krishavari. Great backhand, but unfortunately mistimed the next ball. So PT will have a couple of chances here to seal out the second game and level things up. And does it on the first attempt.
Much better game for Alessandro there. He started taking control, landing his big shot forehand, and
Yeah, I
just
think-
generally settled down.
Yeah, he definitely seemed to take a little bit more initiative, and I think he adjusted his shots a little more and was able to actually just ease himself into the rallies.
Christopher had a very big advantage on service the first game, but it looks like Alessandro had turned that around, got used to the serve, much more comfortable.
Yeah, I mean that could be quite a big factor in the match, really, because you could see in the second game, once they get into those rallies, he does seem to have the upper hand, and because he has a little bit more power than Krish, once he was able to put pressure on him, definitely Krish's placement game wasn't quite as strong. He was playing a little bit more reactive than being in control. So,
Well, they both had one good game.
yeah,
They should be settled in, ready to go. This third game should be very interesting. Who's going to make another adjustment? Oh, beautiful return. But again, they're serving long, which is a little surprising to me.
And 2 points against the receive is a pretty good start for Krishavari.
Nice return. Half long is tough. The ball drops on that second bounce right at the end line.
Still seeing a lot of long pushing. I think he really needs to go short or half long.
Oh man, he had to really set up beautifully with the serve. Got exactly the shot he wanted and just mistimed it. Lucky net break there. That's the example of that extra power that Alessandro has.
It's definitely, you can see he's very good at stringing those kind of shots together. And it really comes down to the serve receive. I think in a lot of these occasions, if he's made a good, solid, and decisive serve return, he's been able to follow up pretty well. See if he can close the gap here on his two serves.
Nice exchange there.
It was a very smart play from Krish too.
Yeah, he didn't overplay. He just went for good position.
Yeah,
he knew he was in control of the point.
Yeah, I think when he saw that he was just controlling and had him backed off the table, playing that softer forehand, really messed up his timing. So still holding a 2-point lead here.
Nice backhand open.
This is a big point here, I think, if not quite able to, looked a little bit hesitant. Always got to be careful with being tentative in this sport.
Krishnabari has a very interesting serve. It has a lot of what we call deviation or a hop on the table. You have to be careful of it. Beautiful flip. But again, a long serve.
Yeah, certainly seeing a lot of long serving here. I think one of the things that's really getting Pizzi into trouble is knowing that Krish is a softer player. This is a great rally here. Got him back far enough from the table. Knowing that Krish is a softer player and falling into that trap of perhaps serving long a little bit too often without realizing that Krish can actually play some very quick shots. Like that one right there.
Deceptively fast. Great shot. Great third ball attack. He changes the pace so much, you're not really ready when he comes with his hard ball. So far, this whole game, they're trading 1 point each. 1 point each, 1 point each. Back and forth.
Some great variation. I think one of the big strengths of Krish is actually knowing when to play slow. It's a skill that not every table tennis player has. You know, everybody thinks about when to play with power, but it can be very valuable to know when to play a slower ball. So, a couple of game points for Krishnabari.
Krishnabari got off to a 2-point lead this game, and he's held it the whole game. It's just been trading points the rest of the game.
And it looks like Avari will call a timeout. I think both players know how important it is to get this game and for both of their teams to get this match on the scorecard. This is, of course, one of the quarterfinals here at the JOOLA North American Team Championships in Division 1. There are some pretty tough teams out there. For those of you who may have seen some of the draws, you'll know that one of the teams here has Wong from Canada, Kole from Ukraine, who's currently living in the US, and of course Kamal. So 3 big international players who've kind of snuck over from Houston. And
yeah, everybody's going to be very excited to see the semifinals and finals. Should be wonderful matchups. I mean, we started with 160 teams at this event. We're down to 8 left in the first division. No weak players at this point in the matches. They're all strong players, very experienced.
So Krishavari serving here for the game. And
great point there to take.
Looks like that
game,
timeout did the trick.
Yep.
Really fantastic finish there from Avari, and you can see this replay from OSAI showing the ball tracking and catching the pattern there of that short serve and that wide forehand.
Krishavari, as you mentioned earlier, has a unique skill of changing speeds a lot. So much of the modern game now is just every ball's hit harder than the one before
right,
it.
Yeah.
And when you run into somebody that changes pace, changes the landing distance on the table, and then when they do go hard, there's such a difference between the shots that their hard ball is even more effective.
Yeah, definitely something I think the best table tennis players in the world have a good handle on. Especially if you look back in the older generations of players, the control of pace was really a big factor between whether you were a top world-class player or perhaps the next tier down.
All right, getting ready to start game 4. This is the best 3 out of 5 match. And the team tie consists of 5 individual matches, and whichever team wins the first 3 will be the winner of this quarterfinal matchup.
You can definitely see that Pizzi is struggling a little bit once he gets backed off the table on the backhand side. He's played quite a few balls into the bottom of the net from back there.
Beautiful half-long return.
Once again, Krish getting in early here. I think certainly after the last game, knowing how important that early 2-point lead was for him.
Nice backhand counter that time.
Wow, fantastic counter from Krishavari.
It's almost like he knew exactly where that ball was going. He was sitting there waiting for it. Wow.
And another one.
Wow.
Suddenly looks like he's found his stride. And it looks like Alessandro Pizzi will call a timeout here. I mean, you've got to do something. When Chris starts playing shots like that, you know he's feeling very confident.
Well, he seems to have just better control of the ball in every aspect of the game, and he's quicker.
Yeah,
quicker around the table. Gives him an advantage.
Yeah, and he's a player who doesn't really back away too much, so he's usually playing a little bit closer up to the table earlier in the bounce. And when you're playing with that earlier timing and playing those kind of angles, definitely gives him opportunities to open up chances to counter. And as you saw in those last 2 points, once he starts doing that,
well, this has been his most dominant game so far.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like he's figured his opponent out. Everything's working. Serves are working. Pretty much getting exactly. His opponent has to react to him completely. He's just controlling every situation.
That's a little set play from Pizzi that's worked on quite a few occasions. Really trying to bait that half-long opening on the wide forehand. It looks like he'll come back to it, but so 3-8. He's got a little bit of distance to cover from here.
Nice serve there. Cristovari didn't really read that serve at all. For those of you watching, look at the spin on the bounce on these serves, because they're hopping all over the table.
You can see Pizzi there switching from that backhand side into the middle.
Cristovari 2 points away from taking the first match for his team. Oh, and a lucky net to get one of them.
Well, 5 match points here for Cristovari. He's got to be careful not to try and finish it too quickly. Like some latent efforts here from Pizzi to try and close this gap and bring himself back into it.
Well, it's getting tight now. He's let 3 match points slip by. He's got 2 more. Great placement. Gives Cristovari the match. First match of the team tie goes to Lily Yip Table Tennis Club.
Superb start there, Cristovari. His team will be happy with that result, getting them on the scoreboard.
Yeah, always good to get the first match under your belt.
The second matchup here will be between Jonathan Oh and Henry Jong. Henry being the top player on the NJTDC 2 team. So we'll be right back with that in a second. You can see some stats here from the last matchup from OSAI. OSAI.ai partnering with us here for the live stream.
This will be an interesting match between a shake hands player and a pinhole player.
Must say, it's been quite a while since I've seen or heard Jonathan O playing in any tournaments.
I remember playing against him when he was about 11 or 12 and could barely, hardly see over the table. He was a small young man, but he's not small anymore.
So I obviously played on the New Jersey on the east side coast, and I've played Henry before. I think Henry was actually one of the first matches I played when I came to the US.
Oh, good shot.
Very, very competent player. He's been consistently over 2450 for quite a long time now.
Yeah, he's been around.
I think certainly a lot of experience, especially in domestic events. They've both been players who, during their time, have played in a lot of tournaments, been very active. I think certainly Henry actually now has been coaching for quite a while, and one of the coaches at the New Jersey Table Tennis Club. And it's always interesting, and you're probably one person who would know this better than almost anyone, the differences that you have in the way that you play once you start teaching other people.
It's very difficult to coach and play because you spend all your time coaching, hitting the ball to placements for your students to learn, and you get into a habit of hitting it where nice and perfect. We call it the coach's ball. You feed so beautifully, and then you come to a tournament and you're still feeding beautifully to your opponent, and it's really difficult to get it back into competition and to trying to stop your opponent from doing things. But I think Jonathan's problem here is going to be that he's, at least to my memory, very much a forehand-oriented player, and he's playing a lefty, and he's going to get a lot of balls into his backhand. Now, see, if he gets his forehand, he's strong. But a left-handed player just changes all the placements. And Henry should be able to tie him up a lot more on his backhand side.
Yeah.
So here we go. His first couple balls are going to Jonathan's backhand. He's going to have to be able to hold his own on that side and get around and play more forehand. And there's the backhand error, and that's the thing.
Sometimes just like take a look there, you see the square is like maximum speed of the shot and that's it. So if you want to like say
Okay, a very sort of easy first game there for Henry. His experience showed he really tied up Jonathan didn't allow him to get into his normal rhythms or normal patterns. Jonathan's going to have to do a much better job on serve and serve return in order to get his forehand onto the table in this match.
Yeah, and I think one of the real strengths in Henry's game is spin. It's really down to spin and those first openings that he's able to make and the heavy topspin he's able to get on the ball. But also as a panhole player, the amount of wrist movement that he can get in his shots is really impressive, and it makes it much easier for him to change the direction of the ball and make a lot of very subtle variations.
Well, one of the problems that, I don't know if it's necessarily a problem, but it's one of the trends with the young people today is it's all about driving the ball forward. And a lot of them are not used to playing against somebody that has a little bit older style and a little bit more spin generation on the ball. They're used to the ball coming lower and faster, not higher and spinnier. There's his forehand, but he still couldn't score. That's what he has to do.
Seems like if a lot of players, unless they're very high-level players, when they have that big first forehand, sometimes all it takes is one block into the right place on the table, and a lot of the times with these bigger forehand swings, the recovery time is a little bit slower.
A very clever side spin push there by Henry. Jonathan didn't see that, didn't pick it up at all. Like you said, the pin holder has a lot of wrist motions, does a lot of clever things with the racket. That time Henry got just what he wanted and didn't time the stroke right. Jonathan finally showing some emotion, getting fired up a little bit. There.
Wow, that's superb.
Yeah. No, he's got that type of power. The question is, can he get it in enough against a more experienced opponent? Oh, wow. Just like you said, that big swing and it came back on a block. He couldn't recover.
It's a phenomenal shot, though.
Yeah, I mean, to block that ball was...
You can see from the OSAI stats on screen, 45 miles an hour.
The time Jonathan got his lucky break. Beautiful stroke there. Great third ball attack. One thing you can't do at this level is just have what we call vanilla push. If you're going to push, you better really cut it heavy, or you better add some side spin or do something with it. Like that beautiful push that Henry just made. Low, loaded, and half long.
I learned that the hard way in my first World Championships. Actually, that was very insightful in learning probably not to long push that often.
Great spin that time.
So Jonathan knows Certainly not a player that's afraid to go for a big shot. It's not hard to see why. Some of the ones that he's played already during this match have been pretty phenomenal.
Oh boy, that would have been the get of the tournament if that had gone on. It was reaching over the back barriers, and this is a very big court. Seven all, game 2. I think for Jonathan this is a very important game. If he gets down 2-0 to the more experienced Henry, not going to be a long road back.
Very lucky break there for Henry. That net ball was irretrievable, really.
Good serve there. Looked like it had backspin, but it actually had a little topspin on it. Henry pushed it well long. Both players taking their time. Jonathan went for it. Just a little too much spin for him to handle.
Yeah, the ball arc on that was quite almost a little bit severe. The ball had already started dropping when he tried to take the shot. But holding his own really well here, 9-9 in the second game.
And he's got 2 serves to even up this match at 1 each. He gets in trouble when he has to play the backhand.
It's a great down the line backhand shot from Henry there.
Well, you know, the right-handed players rarely practice their backhands down the line because when they play a right-handed player, the backhand's cross-court.
Right.
So instinctively, they tend to go cross-court right into the left-hander's forehand.
Speaking of forehands, that one was huge there from Jonathan O. It's 10-10. Might have been one of the faster forehands we've seen. Again, it's a little bit tentative there.
Yep. Oh, and that time he came through with a good backhand counter.
Very good angle on that placement.
Yeah, I don't think Henry actually got the quality of spin that he normally gets on that ball, and he paid the price that time.
So a game point here for Henry, but Jonathan with the serve.
Beautiful drop shot on the return, followed by a big pin holder backhand loop. Henry takes a commanding 2-0 lead. And his team really needs to win this match. They want to go down two matches to 0 here.
Yeah, I think especially for them with Henry being the top player on the team, you know, as the captain of the team, you've got a lot of responsibility on your shoulders to set the bar. And you know, from what I've seen so far throughout this tournament, and you know, knowing Henry and seeing him in other tournaments, he's definitely a player to set the example and to lead the players, and he'll definitely be looking to make a strong start here, you know, especially after Avari took the first match for the opposition. It's really on Henry here to set the record straight.
Yep, when you only need 3 matches to win the team match. So
Of course,
every match is critical. You certainly don't want to go down 2-0.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting for these players. Their mindset really has to change from yesterday to today, because through the qualification stages and the earlier matches before the quarterfinal, they're playing the Swaithling Cup format. You have 9 best of 9
Right.
match tie, and all of a sudden you shift to this 5-match tie, and even something like getting the order of players right is crucially important.
Yeah, you can't afford to have one bad match here. Everybody needs to play up to their level to have a good shot. Great push. There really is a difference in serve return between these two players. Henry's serve return, he hits the targets. When he goes short, it's short. He goes long. That ball right on the corner line. And what we always see is in the higher level players, the balls are closer and closer to the lines. There's an old saying to say, good players play close to the lines and great players play on the lines.
I'm going to have to use that one again at some point.
It's very true, though. Better players you see, the more they hit the targets, which are normally the two ends of the table,
Speaking
two corners of the table, and the body.
Speaking of which, hitting the lines, you could see Henry really got right on that white edge line there. I mean, one of the impressive things about table tennis is the difference that even an inch of placement can make.
Yep. I know as a coach, full-time coach, as players are training, I'm always pushing them to get closer and closer to the targets. Every ball you hit, you have to be focused on the target, and it's never good enough. It has to always be better. Nice spin there.
So off to a flying start in this third game. 5-1.
Yep. Not sure what Jonathan's going to be able to do to stop this run.
I mean, Henry's game just has so much balance to it. You don't really see him playing those big, flat driving forehands that a lot of penholders play. And that's, you know, really not his strength. And you can see there, it's a shot that's maybe not quite as reliable for him.
It's his style's a little older style. You know, really relies on great placement and heavy topspin. And a lot of the young kids don't see that much anymore.
No.
They're not used to somebody that generates that type of arc and that type of curve on a ball, so they miss time a lot. That was a great serve. Completely fooled Jonathan. There's Jonathan, got his shot in. Has a tremendous forehand, but if you don't have the serve and the serve return to get you in position to do the forehand, it doesn't help you. Yep.
Another fantastic forehand.
Henry's gone a little soft in his last couple points and given Jonathan little room to get in. You better be careful.
Yeah, I mean, once Jonathan gets in with that forehand, most of them are in the range of 40 to 50 miles an hour. It's pretty tough to react to.
All right, 9-5 with the serve. Henry would like to finish this match right now. Oh, and then he made a bad push. This is a huge point. Be 10-6 or 9-7. It's 10-6. Henry's got 4 match points here. Oh,
wow.
Beautiful, beautiful forehand flip. Where's that been this whole match? We should have been doing more of that. And Henry finishes this with his beautiful backhand banana flip with a pinhole.
Some very impressive play there from Henry Jong. I think almost a masterclass. Definitely a player that you would love to have your students and kids watching, because, you know, it's just a lot of elements of table tennis that all come together to balance into a really great playing style.
Yeah.
Very efficient, very effective, and I think in terms of risk, just, you know, relatively low risk, but with a very high level of execution. So that ties it up at 1 match each here in this quarterfinal. We're in the National Harbor Gaylord National Convention Center
The hotel, the playing hall. You're 3 minutes away from the room. You know, you can get out, get some rest, you can get food right out the door. You don't have to go anywhere, walk anywhere, you don't need a car. And right outside you have the National Harbor with all the wonderful shops and restaurants. It's absolutely perfect setting for a table tennis tournament. So getting ready in a moment to start our 3rd match in this best 3 out of 5 individual matches that make up a team match. We have Wilson Way and Bryant Lynn. If my memory serves me, Bryant's from California originally.
Yeah, originally.
Yeah. I've seen him play tournaments out in California. Good mover, another strong forehand player. And both these players are similar ratings. Obviously some age difference here. One of the great things about our sport. You play your whole life, and just because you get older doesn't mean you're not capable.
I think this tournament's really a good exhibition of that. We have so many different table tennis players from all around the country, and you know, Puerto Ricans, players from Mexico, all across Latin America, Canada, and then of course in a lot of years you get these top international players coming in from Germany, all across Europe, and we've had teams from China here before. It really is a very diverse but incredible event.
Yeah, this is a tournament that as a coach, for years I brought junior teams here because we play for 3 days, enormous number of matches. It never stops. Win or lose, you play another team.
Right.
And you get more experience in this particular event than probably any 3 tournaments combined. And from a working coach's perspective, you have 3 days to really teach while the kids are in the matches. And the great thing about it is the way this tournament's set up is 120 tables. There's row after row after table. And the lower tables are in the back. So every year you come and you hope you move forward a couple rows, because it means you're getting better, you know. And then
progression.
You get up to the top 2 or 3 rows and you're playing national level table tennis.
So we're off to a start here. Bryant Lynn and Wilson Wei. Wilson, a pen holder.
Oh, that's
I recall quite aggressive.
Strong forehand attack there. We've seen quite a few nets in our first few matches here.
I think for certain we'll be seeing Bryant going after that traditional pen hold backhand side if he can.
Yeah, you know, our last match had a pin holder that used both sides of the racket, which is the style now for people that play pin holder. It gives them a lot more reach and a lot stronger backhand. But the traditional pin hold player, you're only using one side of the blade. It's not easy to control the ball, particularly against high top spins to the backhand. Hard to get on top of the ball.
Yeah. Great serve there from Bryant. You can see that angle.
And I think the left-handed Bryant will find it easier to get to his opponent's backhand too. Oh, that was a nice serve. You're right, Wilson does go after the first shot.
Yeah, I've seen him play some matches before. He's usually very energetic and quite explosive in the way that he plays.
Well, I think he's got to pretty much win the point on the first strong attack, because if he gives Bryant time to get to his backhand, he's going to be in trouble. He's going to need to be very aggressive. Yeah, because if that pattern happens, he's got no chance to return that ball. But still, it's 6-6. First game is always sort of a feeling out game with both players trying to establish their strategy. And if it works, that's great. If it doesn't, they've got to make changes. At this level, you get change every game, and sometimes 2 changes a game in strategy. It's like they say, table tennis is like running a 100-yard dash while playing chess.
That one I've heard before.
Yeah, no, it's one of my favorite analogies because you are playing extremely fast, but you have to be thinking ahead all the time.
Gets a very good mix of spin and pace on that forehand opening.
Yep. Oh, wow.
It's really as good as it gets when it comes to the length of the serve.
Not only was it half long, but he thought for sure, you know, he didn't see how heavy the spin was. Okay. And somebody who hits that flat, Bryant will be trying to elevate his topspin, make it more difficult for him to hit that ball. Low balls, I think Henry can hit all day long.
Yeah.
Got to spin up. Yep, there it was.
Yeah, Wilson Way, definitely a good example of a very traditional style of penhold.
Oh, a little lucky there.
It actually looked like he switched over his racket on the serve. I think he might have maybe some short pips on the back.
No, I don't know. It's hard to see from this angle. It'd be interesting to know.
So, Bryant, Lynn, 2 points in the serve here.
Yeah.
We get the first one. Definitely seeing a lot of, and you can see here on the OSAI ball tracking, we're seeing a lot from Bryant of the service across, bit of side spin deviation, short.
Umpire wasn't quite ready, I think, when they started. All right, here we go. So right away, Henry's sort of changing his serve and serve return, trying to make it a little harder for Bryant to open up. Just what you said. He got comfortable in that backhand corner.
Yeah, you can see with the ball tracking here, from this side angle with OSAI, the ball movement just going at different angles, but all going back to that same spot.
Yep.
And the difficult thing is, once you get in a position where you're being played out of balance by a penholder, you can't afford to go to the forehand. You have to keep going into the backhand, so you're really just adding to their control over the point.
What
Nice
I always
play.
found, you know, in my generation I played, all the pin holders were traditional. And once I was back from the table, I had to do really sort of heavy side spin to try and mess up their block, because if I just did topspin, they'd block me forever and never miss. Oh, nice point from both players. Really good point. Bryant showing his mobility. He was always quick on his feet. And it's a nice all-around game. It's forehand dominant, but he can play steady on the backhand as well. Yeah, well, all matches are important in this shorter format. One of these teams is going to go up 2-1 after this match and only need one more match to win. So this is a huge match for both teams.
You can see a lot of long pushing on the serve receive from Wilson. I think that's really typical with pin holders, especially on the backhand side. Obviously, they don't have that range of wrist motion or the closed racket angle that they can flip with. So you see in a lot of situations, actually, you know, for Bryant, the sensible option for him is to serve something half long, maybe with a little backspin or no spin.
Right.
Because he's going to get a long push back into his backhand corner. So suddenly the traditional penhold style has enough limitations where you can start forming quite reliable game plans to play against it. And I think that's really part of the reason why the style itself had to evolve and why it, you know, the shake hand game became a lot more prominent.
You certainly don't see a lot of pin holders anymore at the world level. You know, China has what, just one on the team now?
Yeah, I think.
And you know, in my day, every player in China was traditional pin holder because that was their national style.
Yeah, and I think Japan and Korea, you know, they were the same for a long time. Even Hong Kong as well.
Oh, beautiful backhand by Henry. Even though he lost the point, that backhand counter drive, traditional pin holder, is one of the most difficult strokes in the world. You have to bend you almost have to bend your whole body around to make that shot. It's always sort of cool to see it.
I think that's one of the great things about watching someone like Wilson play is he just has a scrappiness to him. You know, he really goes after every ball. And even when you see him quite far out of position, he's still looking for an attack. He's really not, doesn't soften up too much. You can see both players really working on trying to change position at pace. I think that's really the foundation for both of them to try and win points, is setting that early pace and then looking for quick direction changes. Great play there from Bryant Lynn. Gives himself a 9-7 lead. Most of the match has been fairly tied up, so to hold a 2-point lead here and have the serve and already be holding the first game is Going to give him some confidence, I think.
On his racket for this game. He really wants to get this point. He doesn't want to be 9-all with Henry's serve. Oh, sorry. Wilson serve. I got too excited. Oh, wow.
So 2 game points here. Bryant doing a really good job of getting Wilson backed off the table, and especially on that backhand side. It's really difficult to apply much pressure from the backhand side playing traditional penhold when you start going back, 6 to 8 feet from the table. So
great opening first attack. That was a very high quality ball. All right.
big serve here for Wilson Way. I don't think that was the right service to go for. Certainly,
no, he gave his opponent a free shot at him.
Yeah.
And that's not a good idea on an important point, for sure.
Yeah. Going for a long, fast serve. It's quite a strategy that a lot of players tend to go for when they're under pressure, but the placement is crucial, and I think just right down the center of the table.
No, that was if you could put the ball, if you could have asked Bryant where he would like the ball, that's where he wanted the ball.
So, a costly tactical error there from Wilson Way. That's going to give Bryant Lynn a 2-0 lead. And of course, the next match after this is really going to be interesting.
Oh yeah.
That's between Chris Shivari and Henry Jong.
The 2 number 1s on their team. That'll be a great match.
And that could really be the match that hangs everything in the balance. So, I think that match would be fairly even. So it's really down to these 2 players to give their team captains the confidence of putting another point behind the team on their side. So a quick 2 points for Wilson Way. It's now or never, really. Quite an interesting choice of shot from Bryant. The ball popped up, but he really waited for it to drop almost below the height of the table.
No, I think he was just focusing on getting a higher spin into the backhand. You see, that's really hard for him to block. A lower ball is much easier for him to block than a high ball with that grip.
Of course, it goes back to what you said earlier, the traditional penhold, that heavy rotation into the backhand is pretty tricky.
Well, I mean, if you look at the evolution of the game, as the European backhands got stronger and stronger with more and more spin, the traditional penholder style started dying out.
Yeah.
Because they really couldn't deal with a high rotation ball, particularly higher bounce, because their grip doesn't turn over as much.
Yeah.
they made one change in how they gripped the pinhold traditional. They closed their forefinger and thumb closer together, which gave them a more closed angle. The original Chinese grip was quite a bit different in that because there wasn't high balls with spin in those days. It was everything was a chop or a drive, and that grip worked fantastic for driving the ball, especially a low ball. And the original Chinese that played pinhold in this style, because they didn't have high topspin in those days, they hit the backhand just as hard as they hit the forehand. They didn't block, they hit. But when they changed that little change in the grip to handle the topspin, they lost their hit on the backhand side, and they just started blocking everything. That tells you how old I am. I was around. I was around when all that happened, But our sport evolves continuously.
Yeah.
In fact, it's evolved enormously in the last 5 years. Changes in equipment, changes in the balls.
So Wilson Wei, 5-4 here. He's got to get in this game. And a long fast serve with some better placement.
Right into the hip, and that's what he needed to do the last game on that serve. Yep. Once he gets that good quality topspin in the backhand, Wilson's in difficulty.
You can just see those kind of X marking crisscrosses of switching between forehand and backhand. Certainly another difference between the traditional penhold grip and the shake hand is the amount of transition time that it takes to go from forehand to backhand can be a little bit slower. And of course you don't really have much foundation or body weight to be able to adjust if the ball goes outside your shoulder. If it goes a little bit wide to the backhand, it can be pretty difficult to really put any pressure behind the ball.
No.
Full commitment there. Nearly slipped over playing that forehand, but he'll get the point for it, so I'm sure he thought it was well worth it.
Nice play there. No, that's the best point he's played. Really strong block on the backhand, and what a quick pivot for that forehand smash.
We definitely need to see more of that from Wilson Wei. That flat driving forehand, 52 miles an hour.
That's fast.
I think that's really one of the most exciting things about the traditional penhold style is all the work that goes into setting up those just massive flat forehand drives.
I have no idea what Wilson's age is, but he's still remarkably quick. One of the benefits of our sport, I think.
3 game points here for Wilson Wei.
All right.
He's managed to get a handle on it, knows he needs to get back into the match here. Still seems to be forcing the backhand a little bit. Almost looks like he's a couple of feet too far back and playing the ball quite far in front of him. Obviously, when you're playing the traditional penhold style, you want to keep that ball contact a little closer to your body.
Yeah, normally they like to take it as early as they can.
So big task here for Bryant Lynn. Keeps the ball nice and short, opens up an opportunity, but not able to convert the backhand down the line. Wilson Way gradually getting more and more vocal, and that's really going to be a dangerous factor in the match for Bryant, because I've seen Wilson before really get pumped up, and it totally changes the game. The movement and the aggressiveness. Like I said in the beginning, he's a very assertive table tennis player, and as you saw in that game, once he gets into that stride of feeling that confidence, there are some fairly dazzling shots, especially off the forehand side.
Yeah, I'm sure Bryant doesn't want to go 5 games.
Honestly, in this tournament, you don't want to go 5 games with anyone. I think the last time I played here in 2019, 6 of my matches went to 5, and it's a long tournament to be playing 5-set matches, especially at this intensity.
Again, this is a wonderful tournament to come to, no matter what your level is. There's at least 16 different divisions here, all the way from people who are in their first year or two of play and up to the national, international standard.
So we're here in the 3rd match of the quarterfinal. An amazing block to start the game.
Wow,
from Wei.
yeah.
Caught Bryant Lynn over the table.
Yeah, actually, I think Brian tactically is making a little bit of mistake about adding more speed to the ball.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because the block comes back faster, and it's not the speed that Wilson has trouble with, it's the spin. His first couple of games, he was really working on high rotation and not giving Wilson much to work with as far as speed goes. And now he seems to be playing more free and driving the ball more, and that's really what Wilson would like.
You almost have to wonder if that 2-0 buffer in games made him a little complacent, or
he lost focus of what his strategy was. Wow. Completely fooled Brian on that serve. I think he fooled me too. I'm not sure what was on that ball. It really jumped off of Brian's racket. Yeah, see, again, lower, faster ball, and all of a sudden Wilson's getting more blocks on the table.
Certainly looks like, if you look, especially from the angle that we're setting at, the racket grip that Bryant has when he serves, not quite as flexible as it could be. You don't really see him getting a good side angle with suppleness. So I think that's definitely something that would help him more if he did have it, because he'd be able to break the angle a little bit wider to the forehand. So I think there's a bit of deviation that's missing from the serve that could really help open up that backhand side a bit more.
All right, 3-3. Very pivotal 4th game here. It's the 3rd match and the best of 5 individual matches for the team match.
Again, a little bit of a weaker placement there from Wilson Way. He's got to try and be very, if he's going to play into that middle third of the table, he's got to make sure he's playing into the elbow. Anything that's open season in that middle is too much opportunity for Bryant Lynn.
One thing that's very noticeable is that Wilson's serve return has improved since the beginning of this match a lot. He's getting used to the serve.
Nice timing there.
Wow.
That kind of thing, I think, instead of giving more power in the shot, I think keeping the heavy spin game that really got him the first two games, and then maybe changing the timing to get that extra speed rather than playing with more power. I think that's a better strategy for him.
Yeah, good point. Oh boy, that's the shot Wilson liked to have back. That was right in his wheelhouse. One that he doesn't miss very often, I'm sure.
Nice opening down the line.
So far this game is neck and neck. Just trading points. Nobody seems to be able to get an advantage yet. Looked like a half-long no-spin serve that time. That's the pattern, his go-to pattern this whole match.
Gets a really good amount of rotation on that first opening. Big point here for Wilson Way.
Good serve. And the length of Wilson's attacking shot is huge. I mean, he really swings. 10-hole grip often has to take a bigger swing to get speed.
Right.
They generate spin easier, but speed is a little more work for them than a shake hands grip. Nice play again. But again, Bryant opened with speed instead of spin. I think he's got to, hopefully his coach is going to remind him of what worked the first two games. He opens low with speed. He just gets the ball back so fast. It's hard for him to execute the next stroke in the pattern. There you go. Elevate that ball with higher arc.
I think really any time that he's playing a faster ball, he has to make sure that Wilson's not there. I think that's really the key thing, because traditional penhold on the backhand side, a lot of it is really fast hand speed, and if the racket's there, because the angle's more open and it's so much easier for them to make those really quick adjustments, that's when you end up in a situation where you feel like you're playing a wall. You're hitting big power shots and they're just standing there. It's almost like a return board.
that was a good opening. A lot of rotation on it. Wilson did a pretty good job with it, actually.
Yeah,
but
he controlled it really well.
Bryant had enough time off that off his block return to execute another shot.
So risky play from Wilson. You could see on that tracking there, it's showing he basically hit that ball back to exactly the same spot.
Oh, good effort.
Great placement there to finish it off, and that'll give a 2-1 lead in this best-of-5 team tie to the unretired Scrubs, and it looks like there's a reason why they're unretired. Still looking like they're playing some pretty fantastic table tennis, and I'm sure Bryant Lynn will be happy with that result, and that really gives a bit of a boost to the team behind this next match, which is really going to be the pivot point of this match.
Chris Davari goes in knowing if he wins, it's over.
Yeah.
Yeah. All the pressure's on Henry.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup. Obviously, there's a very slight rating difference here with Henry being over 2,500, but both of these players have hovered around that 2,450 to 2,550 level for quite a while. And, they both have a lot of experience. Both have different playing styles, so it'll be interesting to see how those playing styles interact with each other. I have a feeling that Henry will have more comfort with that style than perhaps Alessandro Pizzi did in the first game.
Henry has a lot of control too.
Yeah, and it was certainly attacking errors that cost Pizzi in that opening match, and we don't generally see as many of those from Henry, so I'm sure he's feeling...
We're liable to have some really good rallies.
Oh, yeah.
Both pretty good high control players. Should be some really good table tennis. Well, our players are warming up. Just to remind you, we are at the Gaylord National Harbor Resort. Everybody's having a wonderful time here. What a great operation.
It's fantastic to see how many players showed up. Obviously, these last couple of years, it's been a pretty rough deal for table tennis and for a lot of sports, and I think there are around 600 or 700 players here still, which is a great turnout for the event.
Yes, and everyone. This tournament is such a yearly event for so long. Mm-hmm. I know my wife and I have rarely had Thanksgiving any place but the teams in our whole marriage. So to have it, feel a little bit more normal and grateful that we're back playing the sport that we love to play.
I think one of the funniest things for me was, obviously, I started with working with JOOLA last October, and just having interactions with my co-workers around Thanksgiving time last year when we didn't host the tournament, and they just had no idea what to do with that time. They're used to blocking it out for this event, and so 3-1 for Krishavari. I think this is going to be easily the most exciting match of this tie. But then again, if if it does go to the 5th, there's an added element there. But Krish really looks like he's being much more assertive than we saw in the last match here in this first game.
Well, so far, Henry's not really caught on to the serve. And at this level, that's just huge.
Huge factor, yeah.
And with his experience, you expect him to catch on the serve. But so far, Christovari looks much more confident.
Yeah, and obviously a missed serve and then a missed opening from Henry. Not quite as reliable as we'd expect from him. You got to wonder whether he's feeling that pressure of
have to win.
Yeah.
And so far, he's not looking like the Henry he did in the first match. Now there's that good spin with good placement.
Nice soft drop shot there.
Wonderful combination. And basically, he hit 2 lines on that.
Yeah, you can see them in there as well.
Yeah, I mean, backhand to one corner line, forehand to the other corner line. Really hard to return that ball. For those of you at home, look at the table we're playing on here. It's a JOOLA 3000, ITTF approved, top of the line table. And I got to tell you, this is tables I personally have at my club in Aurora, Colorado. They are wonderful tables. Wow. That's a combined wow.
Yeah. That was quick. Couple of points in it here, but you know, Krish has demonstrated his ability to really hold those small leads.
I'm actually a little surprised at how well he's controlling the flow of the game. I mean, Henry's a player that normally most people have trouble getting started with in a point, and so far, you know, Christovari looks extremely comfortable. Let's see what.
I think one of the things with Krish is that he, I mean, at least externally, you really don't tend to see him feeling the pressure early on. He's very, always looks very comfortable when he's out there playing, and
yeah, it sure does.
Yeah, it just gives him an incredible ability to ease into the match, and I think it also gives him a very good oversight. You know, when he's not feeling anxious or he's not feeling that pressure, gives him that ability to stay calm and step back and really have a good overview of what he's doing, and seems to pay off tactically in these opening games.
Well, this match is a must-win for the New Jersey Table Tennis Club. Henry needs to win this match, keep the match going, team match going.
Not a great serve to start with.
No, he seems to really have Henry sort of rattled. like, what do I do with this guy who just feels like he's in the zone and hitting every ball just about perfectly? Another great placement. I mean,
Yeah.
those balls are right in the corners. And that one's right down the line.
Krish really winding up into the second game. We've still got to be careful not to get too far ahead of himself. You don't want to get overconfident.
He does have a noticeable movement.
Another missed serve from Henry. I think
Yeah,
it's
he's
three
under
now.
a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
It's something you don't normally see.
One 5 now. Krish making a good case for this second game and potentially for the whole team tie. I mean, really, for Henry, if he can't come in here and win these points and be reliable off his own service game, then it's going to be really difficult for him. And so far, all the points are falling Krish's way, serve and receive. I think Henry's really struggling, and you can just see he's very unsettled.
That's really about the first loose serve return Christovari's made. He just pushed it down, almost down the center. And again, he did.
Yeah, ironically, also one of the first two occasions really that we've seen Henry make a stable opening on the ball.
Yeah, but that's just, he's been returning serve, hitting the targets and staying out of the center of the table beautifully. And until then, they put two right down the pike.
And a high bouncing serve there from Avari. That's 3 points in a row. He needs to be careful. I mean, when you have this much momentum that he's had, you've got to be careful not to lose it. I think it,
Christovari pointing out that was a net serve.
yeah, I think it may have been a net serve there.
Wonderful sportsmanship, and we see that a lot in our sport. Players don't want to take something they haven't earned.
So, still a 2-point lead here for 5.
Well, 7-6. Taking a timeout. He realizes he's got to stop this momentum. He only has a 1-game lead, so this is a big game.
Yeah.
And he was in complete control.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw also in his first match this happened as well. It's just a very clear-cut win in the first game and then coming out and losing the second. I think, when you're in a position that you're really coasting against a player like Henry, who's often very reliable, when you're seeing all of these unforced errors from him on openings and serve return and serve, you can't really afford to take your foot off the pedal and give him any kind of chance to adjust or to settle in, because the whole match changes if that happens. If he comes back out here and starts landing all those first openings and follow-ups and tightens up his serve and return, then you're not in that position where you're coasting anymore, and all of a sudden maybe it is 1-1 or 2-2.
Well, we tell our students that there's a very small difference between being in control and not being in control, and it's just a small thing.
Mm-hmm.
5%, 10% difference in quality of stroke. And one moment you're total control of the person and just a little let down, and they're in control. Winning or losing is very small differences in table tennis. Oh,
almost.
Boy.
Almost. Looks like it cut the side of the table.
Great effort.
And there's back to that game style of early in the bounce, quick, and with excellent placement from Krishavari.
Wow. Now that was a jump serve. When you serve short and your opponent completely misses the ball, that tells you that serve jumped a lot on the table.
So Krish doing what he does best, even when the pressure's on, that 2-point lead comes back into play. Looks like he backed off a little bit as he played that last backhand shot. A little bit too much distance. Great play from Henry there.
Yep.
Krish pushing out with a wide angle, but you know, oftentimes it's very difficult when you're dealing with a wide angle to play down the line, so the risk paid off there. 9-9. Went for the wide angle again, this time getting a more favorable ball back to give himself a game point to go up 2-0 here. Have to see how Henry handles the pressure in this moment. And
great serve.
Yeah.
Right into the body.
So the pressure here really mounting on Henry Jong. 2-0 down in this match here and 2-1 down in the tie.
One more game and Lily Yip's club would advance to be the first to advance to the semifinal.
It's certainly a steep hill here for Henry to, but one of the great things about this sport, of course, and I've seen plenty of examples of it this week, even in Houston at the World Championships, like Hugo Calderano last night, 3-0 up in the quarterfinal with a big chance to guarantee himself a medal, losing 4-3. So anything can happen, and we've seen already just during this team match or even during this match that those shifts in momentum and even minute changes in tactics can really make waves in a table tennis match.
Well, this is one of the few team events in this country, and playing for a team is a little added pressure. Your teammates are counting on you. It's one of the things that people love about this tournament is that team feeling. And a lot of the world team events are a normal way to compete in table tennis, but the United States, this is the team event of the year, and people love it. They love that feeling of belonging, and they also feel more pressure.
Yeah.
It's a good place to come to learn how to play with pressure because everyone is counting on you every match. A little better, more positive serve return there. A little bit more spin, a little better placement.
This start of this third game for Henry is so important. It's starting to get a little frustrated at missing shots, which are kind of clockwork for him usually.
Yeah, he's a little tentative about going for the ball. And he needs to get good quality on the ball, or that's what's going to happen. It's almost like he's just placing the ball instead of really generating a quality ball like he did in his first match. That was not a good serve. Deep in the middle of the backhand corner.
Wow. Great timing. Even a little bit of that inside-out deviation on the ball as well.
Henry will take his timeout. Each player is allowed one timeout per match, up to a minute long. But whenever the person that called the timeout is ready to go back to the table, the other player must also go back to the table. So it can't be more than a minute, but it can be less than that if the player that called it is ready to come back earlier.
So, Chris Shavari in the power position here, 5-2 and 2-0. Kind of got Henry backed into a corner here. And for him, you know, a lot of times when I'm playing, if I'm in a position where I'm in a really, really good lead and my opponent's calling a timeout, I usually get a little bit of a confidence boost, you know, having that feeling that they're feeling their grip on the match really slipping away. But of course,
so what if you were a teammate of Henry's right now, what would you have told him in that timeout?
Oh, that's a tough question. I mean, honestly, I think one of the big things for him is just being reliable and getting back to playing those openings, and for him the rotation is always strong, but the depth is so important. And I think he plays his best when he's playing with heavy spin and really hitting the back line of the table. And a lot of the shots that he's been getting on have been a little softer, but shallow. And that Krish really just playing over the top of them, and it just hasn't been very effective for him.
I would have said you got to play really short and your serve and return, and you got to put that quality that you just hit. You got to go for your first ball and get a good quality shot on the table. If not, the counterattack, Chris Davari is just too strong, too fast. But Henry's got a ball that can stop that if he really uses it, if he really goes. Four-point lead now.
Wow. What a superb shot from Chris Shavari.
That go around the net?
Mine was pretty close to it.
Pretty close to it. That's one I'd like to see a replay on. That was a cool shot.
49 mile an hour winner and a miss serve from Henry. I think that kind of sums up the way that the match has been for him.
It just didn't get into the flow at all.
Yeah. I mean, you know, a player of this caliber seeing even one miss serve in a match is surprising, but I think maybe 4 or 5 we've seen so far. And
that's the individual match and also the team match.
So Chris Shavari winning his second match here in this best-of-5 tie against Henry Jong, and also with his first opening win against Alessandro Pizzi. Henry, of course, beating Jonathan O, trying to keep his team in the battle here, but I think Bryant Lynn's win over Wilson Way really helped turn the tides for LYTDC's unretired scrubs, who will go into the semi-finals and remain unretired for at least one more round. And we'll definitely be looking forward to that. We'll have both semi-finals here on the center court, of course, then followed by the final. Thank you, Richard. It was great fun. It's
my pleasure.
For me, always amazing to have someone with so much insightfulness here, but also just a great knowledge of the sport in the USA and these events, and very interesting to have different perspectives up here while these matches are going on.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
So we'll be back here shortly with some more matches, but for now we're going to sign out. Of course, while we're here, the OSAI.ai stream, guys, the ball tracking and statistical information you're seeing on screen is from OSAI, and this is our first time trying out the streaming with them here at the JOOLA North American team, so it's been great for us to learn a little bit more about that and try and bring some innovation into the live stream. So we'll be keeping up with that throughout this tournament. Also, for those of you at home, if you're looking at learning some table tennis and checking out some interesting table tennis content, some videos from high-level coaches, the JOOLA Infinity app is downloadable from the Apple and Android store. And of course, you can also watch this live stream there as well. So make sure you go to the App Store and get the JOOLA Infinity app. You can learn some basic to advanced level table tennis stuff from great coaches like me. So thank you for joining us, guys, and we'll be back shortly.
Through all those research and development, we are proud to introduce the Horizon line. Horizon CMD is for all those players out there that have their focus on control and are ready to give some new inspiration to their game. The intense ball feedback of the balanced sponge is the basis for excellent control, and the revised concept of the enhanced traction surface helps you to be very precise in your shots. For the offensive game, the Ryzen CMD has a high momentum to attack with accuracy. Take command with the JOOLA Ryzen CMD. Get ready to outperform your opponent with the Ryzen CGR. Designed to optimize energy transfer, the hyper traction surface is extremely grippy and allows you to increase ball rotation with precision. The kinetic energy held within the hard balance sponge guarantees an impressive catapult effect and significant speed when released. Master the Ryzen CGR and you will get your shots on the next level. We are proud to release this new line and stay tuned for further innovations under the Ryzen series. of those research and development, we are proud to introduce the Ryzen line. Ryzen CMD is for all those players out there that have their focus on control and are ready to give some new inspiration to their game. The intense ball feedback of the balanced sponge is the basis for excellent control, and the revised concept of the enhanced traction surface helps you to be very precise in your shots. For the offensive game, the Ryzen CMD has a high momentum to attack with accuracy. Take command with the JOOLA Ryzen CMD. Get ready to outperform your opponent with the Ryzen CGR. Designed to optimize energy transfer, the hyper traction surface is extremely grippy and allows you to increase ball rotation with precision. The kinetic energy held within the hard balanced sponge guarantees an impressive catapult effect and significant speed when released. Master the Ryzen CGR and you will get your shots on the next level. We are proud to release this new line, and stay tuned for further innovations under the Ryzen series.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
better players in the world.
So, Cole, very well known for one of the wristiest reverse pendulum serves. Gets a lot of action.
Wow. He's got a lot of speed on that forehand, too, from a relatively small motion. Yep. It just explodes on you. It doesn't really, you really don't see it coming, at least not on that last ball. And there it is.
Yeah,
But a really good block by Sharon, and Sharon is very well known for his blocks. Whoa, fabulous counter attack. Wow.
And of course, among all these team matches and busyness here, is always a crowd drawn to the Algettis playing, and everybody, of course, wants to see these top international players who all came in from the World Championships after finishing their campaigns there.
Whoa, man, we're being treated with some fabulous exchanges here. And so far, Sharon is showing he's got almost equal power on the forehand side.
Yeah,
and that great blocking game on the backhand side. This individual match is the best 3 out of 5 games, and the team match consists of 5 possible singles matches with whoever wins 3 has won the team tie.
and of course that will land them a place in the final here of Division 1 of.
And there's quite a difference in the pay between the losing semifinalist is going to get $2,400 for the team, but whoever wins here has a chance at $15,000 for the winner's purse. So a big difference, playing for a good bit of money here in this semifinal match.
Cole really putting the pressure on that backhand side. I think he's already discovered fairly early on that when he switches the ball over to Sharon's forehand, the early timing of those counters is pretty dangerous.
Yep.
If he can get Sharon into those steady patterns.
Wow. That was a great pivot and the inside-out forehand that curved away from Cole. It's a high technical shot he just made and really did a beautiful job with it. And there's the backhand again scoring. Yeah, I think you're right. That's going to be what's going to happen here. Cole is going to try and break down Sharon's backhand and stay away from the more powerful forehand. Yeah, everything's pretty much going to the backhand now. But Sharon, really great at using the pace coming at him.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, you're almost better to go with a little more spin or a little less pace so you don't get the block 1,000 miles an hour down the line. But like any high-level match, the first game is really a feeling out phase as each player is trying to figure out the best strategy to be used. First game, Cole 11-8.
And I think goes to show really the technical precision of both players and the experience that they have. To see so many open rallies really shows that level of being able to execute the serve and receive game well. Really didn't see too many unforced errors on the serve receive from either of them. And you
didn't see hardly any reaction shots. Everything was planned.
Right.
Everything was accurately placed. No loose. Unlike some of the earlier matches, really were no loose balls in that match.
Right.
There's just good quality on every single ball.
Definitely a good showing for Sharon in that first game. I think he's proved that he's ready to go toe-to-toe with Cole. course, Ko residing now in California, where he's coaching at ICC. I believe he has a daughter who goes to school in California. So we're seeing more of him in action in tournaments around the US, and he's shown that he's really the dominant force out of players that are living here now. One of very few players rated over 2,800 that are actually living here in the US.
One of the great things about this tournament is the fact that it's open to players at all levels. There are about 16 different levels of players here.
Wow, there's the pressure on that backhand side.
I can remember when the Aletti brothers were playing in the lower classes when they were very small, coming up, and they've worked all their way up to where they're playing for championships now.
It's like you said before, just row by row of tables working their way up.
Oh, man.
Excellent changes in placement from Sharon.
Yeah, he had the position there. He just missed a shot.
I think it's a great testament to his game. You know, having played mostly domestically, to be able to form these really viable tactics against a really top international player.
There's that forehand. When he switches it to Sharon's forehand, it is dangerous.
I think there's actually even more pace variation in Sharon's game. Kolei's looking relatively steady. Big rally there. Again, great forehand from Ko.
You're right, Matt. We haven't seen any really domination on the serve.
Yeah.
Both of them are not just getting the serve back, but they're doing well with the receive. Nobody has found the right serve or the right placement yet to cause the other person much into a lot more rallies, a lot more free. And so, as soon as I said that, we have a serve winner.
That might be the first example.
And that was a reverse side spin, top spin, and it really jumped off Sharon's racket. Great backhand.
You're almost looking at opposites here. When the ball changes quickly from Sharon's backhand to forehand, he's able to kind of capitalize and catapult off that speed. Kolei a little bit out of place on some of those wider forehands. Wow.
Beautiful. Inside out again.
He just has such a great range of weapons at his disposal, and to be able to have the opportunity and to create those chances to actually use them against such a high-level player is really impressive.
Oh. Well, you can't hit it if you can't touch it. That was a beautiful placement.
One of the first times we've seen Kolei stepping around after the serve. That's amazing. I mean, the steadiness that he has on his first backhand opening with pace just opens up so many doors for him in the rally, and you can see the wrist action he gets to switch the ball down the line.
That is the impressive part because it's extremely hard to change the direction on a ball that has that type of speed. And in fact, you don't see that many people that can do it. And for our audience, if you're new to table tennis, it's fun to watch the swings, but also watch the ball placement and watch the feet from time to time. Table tennis is a game of accuracy and precision, not just about power. About getting the ball close to the lines or short to the net.
Wow.
Beautiful shot that is.
The touch on that little drop shot there. He got the ball so short, close to the net. I mean, the ability to make those kind of high-level decisions in such a tiny amount of time is really incredible from Sharon Algetti.
Another ball right down the line and pretty much hit the white line.
And that almost exposes the danger for Cole of opting to step around. Interestingly here, he's coming in for a backhand serve.
It's going to let him open his backhand, though.
More pace variation from Algetti.
Yeah, you're right. Sean does have more range of speeds and spins on his backhand than Cole has. Cole has a brilliant backhand, but it's pretty much just a fastball, if you will.
A little bit of a fade on that push there from Sharon. He's really working his options and lots of deviation and
well, you know, we're talking about how well Sharon's playing, and he is playing, but he just lost the second game.
Yeah.
And that tells you Sharon is playing really well. For a U.S. player right now, he's playing brilliantly. But the international experience of Cole is a big hurdle to get around. He's a professional player that does this for a living all over the world. So he knows how to adjust his game.
yeah. I mean, it's interesting to see how players change their shot selections during the game. So, you know, in a lot of the first points throughout the first game and the start of the second game, we saw a lot of pressure being placed on the first backhand opening of Cole, and then you started to see him attempting to step around a little bit more. I think he discovered pretty quickly that when he's stepping around, it's kind of exposing that wide forehand a bit too much, and there have been occasions when Sharon's played wide to the forehand that Cole's a little bit off balance and his forehand's a little bit slower, has a lot of rotation on it, but there's definitely opportunities there for Sharon to counter, and of course he was always there waiting for them. But certainly a great match for the spectators so far, and the bleachers even here in the venue filling up. I think really with Ko, it's about pressuring the backhand enough, and when he gets that backhand ball that's a little bit slower, he's really got to capitalize on those opportunities, whether it's switching the ball to the forehand or playing with a little bit more power. And I think he's showed that he has the patience in a lot of those cases to just keep playing the backhand and waiting for that opportunity.
Sharon going with the backhand serve now, trying to mix things up a little bit. Net serve, replay.
Very interesting play there. Sharon really trying to slow the ball down, see if he can get some weakness in the rhythm of Cole, but he's still looking very steady.
That's great forehand. We've seen 3 of those inside out forehands down the line. That's just a great shot. His body position looks like he's going cross court, and then the arm goes inside and puts the ball down line. It's deceptive too.
It looks like that clipped the net and the edge, so Sharon will take that point. I think one of the things with Sharon is just very unpredictable. It's a lot of split-second changes that happen with the strokes that, you know, you're never going to know where the ball's going until right at that contact moment, and that takes away so much time from the person at the other end of the table.
Yes, he definitely has early timing. And his ability to be calm and accurate at that speed is incredible. Wow, Sharon hit the ball as hard as he could on the back end, and Cole just returned it just as hard.
I think it's interesting in contrast to the quarterfinal that we had here before. We were talking about Jonathan O, who has a big forehand stroke, but when the ball comes back, you know, the recovery time is quite short. And you look at someone like Sharon, and he'll play a powerful shot, but his recovery time to play a quick counter is significantly higher level than a lot of other players in the US.
He tends to generate a lot with a short stroke. It's a quick turn to the hips and very explosive. And he has very little backswing on his forehand. It's just maybe a foot backswing is all. And he doesn't have a long follow through either. It's just very explosive. Everything goes into the ball the moment he touches it. Where some players on their top spin, they have more of a smooth, longer swing.
Yeah.
But this is very explosive.
So Sharon Algetti here with a 6-4 lead. Be very interesting to see if Cole can get back into it here. That's
don't do that.
Very costly. At any stage of any game with a player like Cole. It's one of the first times we've seen Sharon step around earlier in the point. Six here. Cole really resting on his technical precision in this match. He's just really a player with rock solid technique and very clean shot making as well.
You do have the impression that Cole can just play his normal, high technical game, whereas Sharon has got to force and make some fantastic shots, which he's capable of doing.
Big opportunity here.
Yep.
Sharon.
He's got the serve at A6, yeah.
It's been interesting to see him working in the backhand serve here a little more.
What he's done previously is do this serve and then go higher top spin to Cole's backhand. Wow.
Just a little bit off balance with that last forehand from Sharon. Easy counter for Cole.
Big point here. Yep, good time to take a timeout. You want to make sure you get this next point. 8-all is a whole different ball game than being up 2 points. 7-9.
So far, a pretty phenomenal match. Great showing from Sharon Algetti. I certainly would love to see at least one more game of this. I definitely wouldn't complain.
Yep, beautiful technical play all around, some great rallies, really some amazing shots. And it all goes back to nobody's had a big problem with the serve.
Yeah.
So they get into points and you have some good rallies. Starting to get a crowd in. Have to realize, folks, that there are still matches going on in all the divisions.
Plenty of them too.
Yeah. So the 700 to 800 people that are here, most of them are still playing, but even so, the stands are filling up. Oh.
Nice steady open from Sharon. Looked like he dropped his racket a little too much on the follow-up.
All right. He needs to get at least one of these two serves. And he does with a brilliant backhand. That time he attacked the middle first and then went wide, and that worked well for him. He's got a 2-point lead, 2 match points on his own, not match points, 2 game points on his own serve.
I think he's just done a great job of controlling the top side spin on the reverse. He's not trying to overwork the serve return. And a lot of players would fall into that trap when you're playing someone who's ranked really far inside the top 100 in the world, to feel pressured to do something really early in the point. And he'll take it.
All right. Well, Washington, we've got a match here.
I guess I got my wish to see at least one more game.
Sharon broke through, and he's still behind 1-2, but he's got the momentum.
Very interesting developments in that last game. Hanging with the best in the world. Still haven't really seen Cole step up and play with too much more power. And I don't think it's something that Sharon has to be too worried about, because it's not really part of his game style.
Yeah, he's a beautiful technical player.
Yeah.
You know, he gets a good quality ball. He gets it on the table every time. You really have got to play, you know, great table tennis to get through that. Now we'll see whether he's got another gear to go or not. That's be interesting. Also see if Sharon can maintain that level of play from his last game.
I think one of the interesting things will be to see if Ko starts working in some more, maybe even some heavier spin reverse serves or some more backspin variation.
He came out swinging on that. Maybe he's going to try and be more aggressive this game. We'll see.
Been a couple of small errors there, and Sharon stepping back around from the forehand off the corner back to the backhand side. Noticed that in the last game as well.
A little out of bounds. That was really a good handle of a difficult serve. He actually chopped that ball, and I think it surprised Cole that somebody chopped his serve, but it was an effective return. It's just what you were talking about, just controlling the spin on that reverse and not overplaying.
I think particularly at the international level where the backhand flips become so prominent and so fast, it's probably a little bit different to what he's used to. I mean, you don't really see players using that plain backhand flip anymore. Maybe a few like Karakasovic, Bojan Tokic, some of those European players using that more flat and kind of plain backhand flip. Doesn't really have that extra pace on. And someone like Collet, whose game is really built around fast, short countering.
Wow, Sharon is on the move here. Collet looks a little frustrated. And the whole family over here is cheering him on.
Yes, that is always the way.
Yes.
Definitely saw, I think, a little bit more force on that forehand, the first forehand from Collet.
That time he tried to do more with it and missed it badly.
Serve from Collet a little bit higher. But closes 2 points off his serve. That might be the best rally you're going to see all weekend.
Wow. The crowd's eating it up, that's for sure. I was going to say, Collet seems to be determined to stay closer to the table and be more aggressive in the exchanges. Before, when that started happening, he was backing up a little bit more.
Yeah.
That time he was playing everything much quicker off the bounce. Yeah, he's not giving up the table an inch now.
Just fantastic table tennis from Sharon. I mean, being able to stick in these rallies with top 100 players really shows the scale of his potential ability to perhaps, compete more at the senior level outside of the US. Looks like the serve there caught maybe too soft a return from Sharon.
He's mixing up his placements and even where he's serving from now, and it's being effective.
Yeah, he's really, and I'd say he's one of the few international players that does that frequently as well at different times during a match, moving across different points to serve, try and capture different angles. And, especially you can do the same serve from a different position and get a totally different result.
Yeah. All of a sudden now, he's taking control. He's taking away time from Sharon by staying closer when he's counterattacking. And changing the serve has made a difference too.
Big forehand there. Gets him within 2 points of potentially ending the match, and given the strength of his service game during this game, he's probably feeling fairly confident right now.
All right, game and match coming up. We have 5 match points here.
And 2 really heavy backspin pendulum serves. But a fantastic match from both players. Absolutely wonderful showing from Sharon. Definitely some crowd-pleasing moments in there. I think certainly a showing that he can be proud of. But again, the technical precision really won out the day, I think, for Cole in that match. What a great start to this first semi-final of the 2021 JOOLA North American Team Championships here in Washington, D.C. And one of many exciting matches, the next one of which is Sharon's older brother, Adar, and he'll be playing against one of India's great players, Sharath Kamal.
Yeah, Kamal is absolutely a legend in India. He's been on the national team a long time. He's won many international events. He's won medals at the Commonwealth Games. He's won the U.S. Open. He's one of the best players in the world for a long period of time, and very dangerous player for anybody to play.
Yeah, we've been fortunate enough to see him compete in this event on a handful of occasions. I think most recently would have been 2018. I think he played the team event. A very, very unique player. I think a lot of his game focuses on spin control and good feeling, but he also has a very, I guess, kind of a rare height advantage you don't see among many Indian players. I don't know exactly how tall he is, but quite tall.
He's tall, but he's mobile. And when he wants to, he has unbelievable power on the forehand. He's very controlled with it. He tends to use just as much as he needs, but, you know, a good nickname for him could be the hammer, because when he really hits the ball, he really hits it. His ball is very heavy. He's got a lot of combination spin and speed.
Also a very entertaining player. I mean, some of the rallies you get with him is like watching an exhibition, and I'm sure that's one of the reasons he loves coming to this event here, is that he can kind of relax a little bit. Obviously not too much because there's some stiff competition out here, but he definitely plays some fantastic exhibition style points.
Very smart player. He sees the game very well. And a very nice human being. Big difference with the international players in their own country. Here, if you went down the street and asked somebody who named some top U.S. table tennis players, we're still not at the point where you're going to find a whole lot of people that are going to tell you. But if you go to India and you walk down the street and say, name me, you know, a top Indian table tennis player, you'll get his name, you know, just from the guy on the street. He has received so many honors from his own country for his contributions to sport.
Well, he'll certainly be facing a strong challenge here from Adar Algeti, a player who won the U.S. national men's team trial in 2017. Interestingly enough, an accolade that Sharon picked up this year. So two of these brothers have won the men's national team trial.
Yeah, really a fantastic family. Well, Kamal is primarily known for his forehand. He's very steady backhand and very good placement with it. And every once in a while he'll rip one. But he uses it mainly to set up the forehand.
I think one of the impressive things about his game is he doesn't really have that power drop off. He's able to play back from the table and still play some very high arcing, great table depth counter loops from far behind the table.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Adar was there. That ball almost knocked his racket out of his hand. It's just a really heavy ball, and those of you that play know what I'm talking about. You play somebody sometimes, and the ball just feels like a brick hitting your racket. That's the type of ball he has.
Definitely experienced that.
Good serve. He's right in the game, 5-all.
Saw Kamal have a couple of close challenges yesterday. Wow, big swing
that's
from
a great
Adar.
play. A great play there.
Really one of the confidence builders of this team of brothers is their willingness to take a swing whenever they have the opportunity.
Kamal hits so hard, but he's so smooth looking. You don't, you know, you have to watch the ball to see how hard it is, because it looks like he's, you know, just a nice smooth stroke and the ball just goes. That time Adar had the answer. Beautiful block. This whole family blocks really well. Good. Got a 2-point lead. If he can pull off the first game win, put some pressure on Kamal, who knows what can happen.
And some good half-long serves from both sides during this match, and really showing their level, because neither of them are missing those, you know, in the sense that they're going for those attacks. Whenever the ball's half-long, there's no hesitance in maybe thinking about pushing, or they know it's going long just over the table.
Great shot. What a good third ball attack.
I think he capitalized well off, you know, the last couple of serves he had before, picking up those forehand errors from Kamal on those half-long openings. Threw in a little bit of extra topspin on that one, and probably wondering if there might be a little faltering of confidence and he might get a short push instead.
Kamal answered with his own third ball.
Despite Adar's best efforts so far, it's a game point for Kamal. And a simple placement.
Yeah, he had the ball he wanted, just mistimed it. Game 1 to Kamal. It's an important match because Aletti brothers do not want to go down 2-0. And this is only whoever wins 3 out of 5 matches. If you go down 2, that means your next player
There's a lot of pressure on them.
There's a lot of pressure.
So the players will go back off to the benches. You can see.
Again, want to point out that there's a considerable difference in prize money here. The winner of this will go to the finals and have a chance for $15,000 for the team. The losing semifinalists here the team will receive $2,400. So noticeable difference. They're fighting for pride, but they're also fighting for a decent payoff here.
Certainly looks like Kamal's faltering a little bit with the forehand openings. Looks pretty comfortable on the backhand. A lot of heavy topspin rotation on that backhand opening.
Oh boy, he almost fished that ball back from the barriers.
Great little fade forehand flick there. Pretty hard when the other player gets good depth on that ball. It's usually quite dead. Good to see him changing up the serve receive a little. We've seen him going for the half-long opening and trying to keep the ball short, but
Kamal gets that shot in. And, you know, Adar is there, but it's just, you can't handle the pace.
Again, another great forehand flick there from Kamal.
Yeah, it looks like it doesn't have a lot of spin on it. It's just
It's
sort of like
dead.
a carry flip, you know. But that dead ball sometimes is harder to handle than one that's got spin on it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I mean, when it's at that kind of pace, you know, you can't really counter-attack that ball. You actually have to generate some of your own topspin, and when you don't really have time to react to it or get your racket below the ball, it's pretty difficult. So he's managed to win 2 points already this game from that, and
it's interesting to see the adjustments these players make. You know, just small things like a little difference in serve return can turn a whole match around.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was very interesting having some conversations about table tennis with him. Just you realize what a fantastically insightful player he is. You learn just things that, you know, even someone like me who's played some international competition, but not like at the top professional level, and I've been coaching for a long time as well, but it's just stuff you would never think of that it's just obvious for them. It's
Great opening third ball with the backhand there. Oh, that was loaded. My goodness, I had a lot of backspin and side spin. He went with basically the same serve, but he went deep with it. And Adar could generate enough racket speed to top spin it in. Great backhand.
couple of great counters, 2 points in a row there for Adar, and
that time he went right at Kamal's body. That might be a good play for him. Kamal's a very big guy.
yeah, certainly.
And it's going to be harder to get those limbs out of the way at a shot right into his switch point, right into his playing elbow. Don't let him extend his arms like that. Oh, what a point. Great defense there from Adar. He really hung in there. Kamal hit three very hard forehands.
It's one of the first times in this match we've seen the rally open up a little bit more. Seems like Adar's really
He's got the momentum.
Found some confidence in the countering game.
Well, he didn't just block that one. He counter top spinned it, just ripped it right off the bounce. And he did it again. Did it again. We'll see what serve Kamal comes up with here. Oh, he had that shot lined up. 9-all. He's got a good shot here. He's got the service. If he can tie this match up.
Really, really solid half-long opening there from Kamal.
Went with more heavy spin and not quite so much speed that time.
And goes for the heavy long push.
Wow. You know, you play two really high-quality games, and you lose them both. That's really tough. You know you're playing well. You know, it's just such small differences between winning or losing in either one of those games.
I think one of the areas really that all three of the Algetti brothers perform at a higher level is topspin. They're just great in topspin situations.
Mm-hmm.
And again, in this match, much like the last one, we haven't seen too many problems with serve and serve return. Most of the time it's opened up, and once it opens up, that's when you start getting into trouble with them. And Adar was able to play some phenomenal counters. And I think a lot of the time you have to try and come back to tightening things up and not giving them that chance to get into a comfortable situation when it's topspin. And you look at all of the different options that Kamal went through. You know, heavy topspin opening to the backhand got countered. Stepping around and using the forehand and looping it up a little bit slower got countered. Looping down the line got countered. So you can definitely see his brain just ticking away, looking at all of these different options and how Adar responds to them. You know, it's almost like process of elimination, finding out what works and what doesn't. And that's a great counter early in the bounce. Again, another variation, another tactical option that's he's just exploring all of these different pathways.
The difference that players at this level is that they have the ability to implement a variety of strategies and the tactics necessary to do them. So if he wants to try something, he knows how to serve to make it happen,
right,
or how to receive to make it happen. That's a step up that a lot of our players struggle with. They have one game they play, or maybe they have an A and a B game, but a guy like Kamal's got 6 different things, 6 different ways of playing, and he knows exactly how to implement those, and he'll try them all till he finds what works, or he'll mix them up time to time, just trying to confuse you.
Bit of a lucky break off the back edge there. Bit of a softer opening. Very decisive plays. He's always going for whatever plan he has in his head. He's always prepared and always going for it. I think it's important, if you're going to go for it, anytime you're hesitant, you don't really gain anything from the point. You're not going to win the point. You're not going to learn anything about, gather information. At least if you're decisive, you're always taking some kind of information about the ball or the player away from it, even if you don't win the point.
Great shot.
See that serve caught some bit of late deviation after the second bounce and really took Kamal off the table.
Yeah, well, he was starting to pivot, and then the ball was too far for him to pivot. It was a good serve. It just seems to me that Kamal's trying more for placement now. You know, it's like he's letting Sharon open, and then one or two blocks for placement, and then he tries to do something instead of trying to, attack as quickly in the point. Seems to be pushing Sharon around until he gets him in a position where he can attack effectively.
That's perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Half-long return, huh? At the higher levels now, we see so much half-long serve and half-long return.
Yeah. And I think especially since the classic ball came out, people aren't really as threatened as much by that slower half-long opening. A lot of the time, it's almost like baiting them into being able to counter-attack.
Wow, what a precise, strong stroke.
Definitely uses his height advantage on those shots over the table. Wow, that's phenomenal.
Okay, you have a fake head fake serve return, and then another inside out faster into the same location.
This would be nice work from Adar. That's a great shot, but he's going to have to probably take a few more high-risk shots if he's going to try and win the next 3 points.
He went to the high toss serve. Got him one of his match points back.
So 10-8 and 2-0 for Kamal. Adar Aletti in the hot seat right now.
And just a little too good. Really a fine showing for a guy. He played well. Just a little too much experience on the other side of the table. The crowd gives him a well-deserved applause.
So 2 matches in the bag for True North TTC. First one with Cole taking down Sharon Aletti, and then of course Kamal just now beating Adar Aletti. Now we'll have Eugene Wong taking on Gal Aletti. Cycling through Algetti's here.
It should be another great match. Eugene is been one of the best, if not the best player in North America for a number of years. He's won international tournaments. He's beat some of the best players in the world. High control, great spin ability to change spins and speeds, and deceptive amount of power.
Yeah, I've watched a lot of his matches and commentated some of his matches before, including the final of the US Open that he won in 2018, and it's sometimes rare to see this kind of style uniqueness from a player that's come out of the higher provincial levels in China or the national team. I think his playing style in table tennis is really unlike any other player. He just has such a strong ability to play very heavy rotation but very slow opening balls, and impeccable placement, very good touch. He's really one-of-a-kind player. Given that, it'll be very interesting to see how Gal Aletti comes into this match, and he's a player really the ultimate blocker of the family. I remember when we did the player profiles for Team USA, you know, what is your playing style? Everyone's two-winged attacker, two-winged attacker, two-winged attacker, or most of them are saying this, or maybe defensive player. And then Gal put his playing style as blocker. And there are very, very few players that would categorize themselves as a blocker, but at that time, Gal was one of them. Definitely has developed his attacking game a little bit more over the past few years. But he's a player that's threatened a lot of high-level players, and especially here at this tournament. And the hopes of his brothers now rest in his hands in this best-of-5 team tie.
Well, Eugene has always had the ability to find a weakness and exploit it. First. All right, as we get started, this is a must-win situation for the Aletti brothers. And a chance for our viewers to see one of the best players in North America. Eugene Wong is really a special player.
I think really the challenge for Gal is going to be whether he can actually get into situations where he can put pressure on Eugene with his blocking game or with his control game. Certainly if he can get some of those softer openings, he's going to have to capitalize on them straight away.
No, he's not going to. He's got to stop Eugene from just opening really soft. He's got to attack that. Great serves. There's really no noticeable weakness in Eugene's game. Backhand is strong, his forehand is strong.
Big backhand there from Gal Aletti.
He's going to take some big shots.
I actually think, interestingly enough, with the world ranking system change and Eugene perhaps not playing as much internationally, his world ranking right now is actually 215, which is crazy low. But
if he played a lot internationally, he'd be top 100 easy.
Yeah, 2016 his highest was 55.
Yeah, that sounds a lot more appropriate for his level.
Interestingly enough, I mean, for this team tie, he's the lowest world ranked player on his team out of the three. But I think overall his playing style is probably the most difficult for these three brothers to play against.
Yeah, I would agree.
And I think really what it comes down to is his ability to play so tight in those first initial points and then just control the placement. He really just doesn't give any options for them to put pressure on him.
Right now he's just scoring repeatedly out wide to the forehand. Just doing as much attacking as he needs to do, and that's usually what he does. He just plays with as much power as necessary. He's very smart about that.
Even the pushing variations, you could see just that added side spin is enough to have Gal push it over the end.
Now that was a bullet backhand, and Eugene looked so relaxed, he looked like he was almost going to sleep when he hit it. There's another one. It's an amazing amount of racket speed from, a smooth stroke. You just don't see it coming, and bang.
Yeah, and he does everything with such ease, really. It's technical fluidity, really. But I think, again, when you look at the three players in this team and compare them to the rest of the players in this competition, you can really see that I think a lot of the more domesticated players, their tactics really revolve around playing the same shots but focusing on placement alone.
Right.
But when you look at a player like Eugene and you look at Kamal and Collet, there's a lot more that goes into those tactics. It's not necessarily always about where you hit it, it's about how you hit it. It's the pace, it's the spin variation, it's the deviation.
Right.
And also a lot of focus on where the person at the other side of the table is actually standing or where their body weight is shifting even.
It's very, very sophisticated at the level those three guys play at. And it's, to me, I've always loved to watch Eugene because he can do anything with the ball and do it easily. And he doesn't overplay.
Yeah.
If he needs to hit 4 big shots, he will. But if he needs to hit at 50% speed to win, he'll do that. So he doesn't take more risk than is necessary. That's a great shot.
Yeah.
Wow, what a block.
And if you can play more stuff like that with those kind of wide angles and so now, interestingly, we're seeing, especially from Gal, looks like he's going to look into maybe some more changes in depth. Takes a 3-1 lead here at the start of the second game.
Well, you know one thing. Getty brothers don't give up.
Oh, absolutely.
They are tremendous fighters.
Wow, that is possibly one of the hardest shots I've ever seen Eugene play.
No, it fascinates me because he just does the power level necessary. And because of that, he doesn't, sometimes he doesn't hit real hard and you don't think he has it in him. And then when he wants to, he just blasts the ball. And he does it so smoothly.
I think he's probably one of the best players in the world when it comes to risk management.
Yeah.
There's really, the level of safety is always right there with whatever shot he's trying to play. And I think any time that he's not playing with power or he's not playing a really fast, powerful shot, he always makes up for it in topspin.
Yep. Gal's taking a lead here. Be nice to see that, put some pressure on Eugene.
Just really phenomenal set plays, It's a great example of a fifth ball attack. Just very steady opening and then a powerful follow-up.
Well, the other thing that these international players have that sometimes I think I don't see in the U.S. much. Topspin players like Eugene also use the height of the ball.
Right.
They look for a height that bothers the player. They don't drive everything flat and hard.
Mm-hmm.
Eugene has a couple balls on really high, heavy topspins. And it's very effective because, honestly, not a whole lot of people do it.
Yeah.
So you get this loaded ball coming up about shoulder height on your backhand. It's really hard to do anything with it. You don't have any leverage.
And it's so subtle as well, that the racket angle changes, that you can see him winding up in a similar way for the next ball, and it's loaded with spin, but then the angle's low.
Right.
Some great rallies here from both players.
And all of a sudden, Gao's 2-point lead turned in. It's now a 2-point deficit. Eugene asserts himself. A little more active play on his part.
You can see Gal going for those slower backhand topspin openings, a little bit higher arc. He gets a softer ball out of Eugene. I think that's really a good place for him to keep targeting. He's going to have to be careful with those kind of receives.
Very beautiful shot, very smooth technique.
He also generates phenomenal hand speed for those counters.
Yeah.
You see Gal doing a good job of trying to get that ball out a little bit wider. And a huge backhand finish to give a 2-point lead, 2-game lead to Eugene Wong. You can see a lot of the placements playing back there, showing a little bit more shallow Eugene on his back placement towards the backhand side, but always going for more depth on the forehand. It'll just be interesting to see what the longest point streak was. 4 points in a row for Eugene. Made a big difference there. Of course, those stats are on screen with OSAI, who we're partnering with for the first time. It's good to get some additional insights into the match. Some small stats for everything else. I have Mr. Richard McAfee. Can't go wrong with that. It's about as reliable as it gets.
It's great to see the stats. This is something we've needed in the sport forever. This game is so fast, you need information to be able to explain it.
Oh, wow.
And I can imagine people at home are hearing us commentate about the strategies and the targets they're hitting and these things. They're saying, but they're playing so fast. And they do. They do play extremely fast. And table tennis requires and trains the mind to process extremely fast. And of course, all the plays, all the tactics that they use are all practiced 1,000 and tens of thousands of times until they're just pretty much automatic. They tell their brain, you know, I want this type of rally, and the brain knows how to do it without thinking about it.
Nice little hook shot there from Gar with the forehand.
The challenge of playing somebody like Eugene is there's no obvious weakness. So where do you go? You know, everything is good and everything is controlled.
That one was a little haywire.
And you can do just about anything he wants to do with the ball. So it's like, where do you start to penetrate that? You know?
Yeah. I think it's almost a shame that he hasn't really been seen as much, you know, in like foreign leagues and international tournaments. I mean, I think he beat Fang Bo
Yeah,
basically right after he made the World Championship finals.
a few international tournaments that I know he's played in. He's gotten to the quarters and
Yeah.
semis, and he's beaten, you know, really high level players. So we know he's capable of it.
Yeah. I always felt, you know, personally that he's a player that was really underappreciated internationally, just from that lack of exposure. But you know, obviously here in North America, we're big fans.
Yeah, no,
Huge fans.
We've watched him play amazing table tennis for a long period of time.
So, Gal Algetti here with the lead again. We'll see if he can hold that lead now. He's really trying to throw in a lot of different variations, different placements. And just really unfazed by all of these variations that are getting thrown at him. You can see, even from the first two shots, corner to corner, gets Gal back from the table. Gal Algetti doing a great job, and he'll have
Four match points, yeah. Saves one.
That's how it all starts.
7-10. Oh, just missed his backhand smash. And that gives the game, match, and team tie. Yep.
3-0 for the True North Table Tennis Club. Eugene Wong, Ko Lei, and Sharaf Kamal, along with the two other teammates, will proceed through to the final. I think we'll be seeing that trio combination again. And we'll have another semi-final coming up shortly to find out which team will face them in the final here at the Gaylord National Harbor Convention Center. 2021 JOOLA North American Team Champs. We're live streaming in partnership with OSAI.ai. All of the on-screen stats that you see, bringing a little bit of innovation and some interesting information on ball speeds, placements, stats at the end of games and matches. And we'll be back shortly with another semi-final.
excellent control, and the revised concept of the enhanced traction surface helps you to be very precise in your shots. For the offensive game, the Ryzen CMD has a high momentum to attack with accuracy. Take command with the JOOLA Ryzen CMD. Get ready to outperform your opponent with the Ryzen CGR. Designed to optimize energy transfer, the hyper traction surface is extremely grippy and allows you to increase ball rotation with precision. The kinetic energy held within the hard balance sponge guarantees an impressive catapult effect and significant speed when released. Master the Ryzen CGR and you will get your shots on the next level. We are proud to release this new line and stay tuned for further innovations under the Ryzen series. Through all those research and development, we are proud to introduce the Ryzen line. Ryzen CMD is for all those players out there that have their focus on control and are ready to give some new inspiration to their game. The intense ball feedback of the balanced sponge is the basis for excellent control, and the revised concept of the enhanced traction surface helps you to be very precise in your shots. For the offensive game, the Ryzen CMD has a high momentum to attack with accuracy. Take command with the JOOLA Ryzen CMD. Get ready to outperform your opponent with the Ryzen CGR. Designed to optimize energy transfer, the hyper traction surface is extremely grippy and allows you to increase ball rotation with precision. The kinetic energy held within the hard balanced sponge guarantees an impressive catapult effect and significant speed when released. Master the Ryzen CGR and you will get your shots on the next level. We are proud to release this new line and stay tuned for further innovations under the Ryzen series. Through all those research and development, we are proud to introduce the Ryzen line. Ryzen CMD is for all those players out there that have their focus on control and are ready to give some new inspiration to their game. The intense ball feedback of the balanced sponge is the basis for excellent control, and the revised concept of the enhanced traction surface helps you to be very precise in your shots. For the offensive game, the Ryzen CMD has a high momentum to attack with accuracy. Take command with the JOOLA Ryzen CMD. Get ready to outperform your opponent with the Ryzen CGR. Designed to optimize energy transfer, the hyper traction surface is extremely grippy and allows you to increase ball rotation with precision. The kinetic energy held within the hard balance sponge guarantees an impressive catapult effect and significant speed when released. Master the Ryzen CGR and you will get your shots on the next level. We are proud to release this new line and stay tuned for further innovations under the Ryzen series. Through all those research and development, we are proud to introduce the Ryzen line. Ryzen CMD is for all those players out there that have their focus on control and are ready to give some new inspiration to their game. The intense ball feedback of the balanced sponge is the basis for excellent control, and the revised concept of the enhanced traction surface helps you to be very precise in your shots. For the offensive game, the Ryzen CMD has a high momentum to attack with accuracy. Take command with the JOOLA Ryzen CMD. Get ready to outperform your opponent with the Ryzen CGR. Designed to optimize energy transfer, the hyper traction surface is extremely grippy and allows you to increase ball rotation with precision. The kinetic energy held within the hard balanced sponge guarantees an impressive catapult effect and significant speed when released. Master the Ryzen CGR and you will get your shots on the next level. We are proud to release this new line, and stay tuned for further innovations under the Ryzen series. Through all those research and development, we are proud to introduce the Ryzen line. Ryzen CMD is for all those players out there that have their focus on control and are ready to give some new inspiration to their game. The intense ball feedback of the balanced sponge is the basis for excellent control, and the revised concept of the enhanced traction surface helps you to be very precise in your shots. For the offensive game, the Ryzen CMD has a high momentum to attack with accuracy. Take command with the JOOLA Ryzen CMD. Get ready to outperform your opponent with the Ryzen CGR. Designed to optimize energy transfer, the hyper traction surface is extremely grippy and allows you to increase ball rotation with precision. The kinetic energy held within the hard balanced sponge guarantees an impressive catapult effect and significant speed when released. Master the Ryzen CGR and you will get your shots on the next level. We are proud to release this new line and stay tuned for further innovations under the Ryzen series.
Well, it's time for the second semi-final here of Division 1 at the 2021 JOOLA North American Team Championships. Players are warming up. I am Matt Hetherington here with Richard McAfee. Here for the last round before the big final. Had some phenomenal matches here on center court in the first semi-final, which was won by True North Table Tennis Club. It's the trio of Kole, Eugene Wong, and Sharath Kamal. And they will face the winner of this second semi-final. Got a couple of strong teams here. Back on center court is the LYTDC Unretired Scrubs. Great team name. I think I might have to have my own team next time called the Retired Scrubs. Might be more fitting for me. And they're playing against NJTDC 1. So they won their match against NJTDC 2 in the quarterfinal. And right now in the blue, Chris Shavari taking on Tianya.
This is an important match. Chris Shavari was the hot player in the quarterfinals and really carried his team. So he needs to start off with a win here.
It's going to be a tough ask for him. Tianya, one of the stronger Chinese players living here in the US now. Had some international experience playing for the US and some of the ITTF World Tours back around 2018, I think. He's playing the modern penhold attacking style, so he'll be using the reverse side of his racket on the backhand.
So far, it's been whoever gets the first forehand in is winning the point. So it's going to be a real battle between serve and serve return, I think.
That'll definitely make things interesting because it was an area of the game that Krish really excelled in his matches in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, you can see that whichever one of them gets the first full forehand in, it's not coming back, at least not yet. Chris Shavari is very, very quick around the table. Great hands and good control.
Some good tight play there up at the net from both players. I'm sure neither of them will want to let the other player get the first attack in.
Yep. It's an amazingly quick forehand from not a very long stroke. Really great hip turn and power generation from the lower body. This is a
case in point.
Yeah, this is exactly what we saw in the quarterfinal. You look at him, you don't think he's that powerful a player, but the ball is not only powerful, but it's very quick.
Yeah.
It's just by you before you know what happens. And so far, he has the answer to Tanya's serve, for sure.
Made pretty short work of that one. So far, it looks like Krish is handling the serve return better than Tanya.
Yeah, we haven't had any real rallies. It's just basically whoever gets the first full swing at the ball is winning the point. I expect that to change probably in the next game as both players start getting a little more used to each other.
big contrast from the first semifinal here, where we had open season for
back from the table play. It was pretty spectacular, though.
Goes for a big counter there, but a lot of topspin to try and control. Chris Shivari getting off early here.
Great return there. Put it right on the white line at a short angle. Not much you can do. He's down 8-10. 2 serves to try and tie the game up.
Nice backhand flip from Chris, but a little bit high.
I think he thought that he was going to pivot on that ball, and he stayed at home, so he flipped it right to him. Nice defense by Chris Shivari.
I think really when the ball popped up for that step around forehand, Tanya played it a little bit too soft.
Yeah, you would have thought that he could have done a little bit more with that.
Certainly looks like short receive and short play are playing quite a big factor in this match for the first game.
Well, I think you have 2 players. If I had to pick between the 2 of who could play a little defense so far, I think Chris Shivari's got maybe a little more options to just keep the ball on the table if he needs to. But both of them have the ability to win the point on first strike. So they're going to have to be very careful with the serve return, and that's going to probably be the battle. In the first semifinal we saw, there wasn't a lot of problems on serve return. People were handling it really well, so you had a lot of open play because they had to hit a number of balls to win the point. But so far in this first game, first forehand on the table has been winning most of the time.
Again, Krish keeping the ball short and tight.
Yeah.
Careful with that risk management.
Yeah, he served out on that one and paid the price. That was really a great forehand from an awkward position.
Looks like Tanya will be looking to play a little bit deeper rather than trying to play the short game.
Also invited Krish to open. They might be going more for a counterattack play, but I don't know if you can counterattack that shot. Man, they just ripped that ball. It wasn't that bad a serve either, you know. It wasn't quite half long, but he missed it by a couple inches, but it wasn't a bad serve. And then he does it again.
A phenomenal serve return.
Oh, my Lord. You got guys making serve returns on forehand, then the backhand at that level. You got to ask yourself, okay, where do I put the serve? Wow.
I think one of the things that's quite prominent in table tennis when you're dealing with serve and receive is, especially in this situation, Christian's serve receive's been so good, and he's winning almost a lot of points off serve receive. That puts all the pressure back on Tanya when he's receiving serve, because really, I mean, he has to try and win both points against serve just to keep the game level. And you can see there's just some hesitancy or some loose play, maybe a little bit of tightness in his hands or nerves about how he's receiving serve. Just looks not always completely decisive.
He's done a much better job this last few points, mixing up his serve. Seven all. And again, another serve winner. The thing that strikes me about Chris Davari is, to me, at least in a couple matches that we've seen, he seems to play, at least today, a lot better than his rating.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's not that his rating is low, but he's really manhandling some players that are, higher rated than he is. That's a great shot to the body there. Looks like Tian Yi is tightening up his serve and receive game a little bit, but again, a fabulous forehand flip. Just so much racket acceleration in a small stroke. It's really quite an amazing thing.
I think the extraordinary thing from all of Krish's matches is that even under pressure, he always seems to be able to capture those crucial points and keep a couple of points as a buffer.
Another great backhand opening to take that game and a 2-0 lead. Wow. I think it's the opposing team's a little stunned right at the moment. I'm sure they were expecting a good chance of victory here, and so far, Chris Davari seems to have the answers.
Yeah, I think he's always, from the matches that we've seen so far, he's definitely managed to shut down a lot of players that otherwise would probably play a lot better. And this is a perfect example. You look at a player like Tian Yi, it's over 2,600, has been before, and for the most part stays in the high 25s, 2,600 range, and has played some outstanding matches before. I'm fairly sure he won the under-21 men's singles at the US Open 1 year. He's really played some unbelievable table tennis, but right now he seems to be very locked down. Really, really locked up, and it's again, it comes back to the serve and receive, and I think Chris Davari just puts such a good emphasis on that part of the game, and it pays such high dividends to focus on, not to worry about necessarily these big shots or trying to hit winners, but to just focus on the small details.
Wow, what a counter. I mean, that time Tian Yi got pretty much his best shot in, only to see a slap killed back.
Good placement into the elbow there. I think he's banking on the fact that Tian Yi is probably going to favor the step around as a penhold player. Definitely stronger on the forehand side.
Caught him leaning that time. He's not going to let him get around that backhand corner. It's smart.
Making that kind of play, I mean, even if he goes out there and misses one of those shots, it's just enough to create uncertainty about, is he going to go across the forehand corner, or can I be prepared to
we get an early timeout here. Chris Davari's first couple points in that game took him Ting Yi out wide and then went back to the backhand, and that's such a great play, especially as he's so accurate with the ball. I mean, he's putting the ball
it's always
very close to the lines, if not on the line. So when he goes out one corner and then back to the other, it's really hard to cover that. And like you said, most pin holders, even the modern pin holders, are stronger when they pivot.
Yeah.
And now it's like, okay, can I pivot? Because this guy's going out to my
Exactly.
forehand a lot, you know.
Yeah, and even a minute bit of hesitancy, you know, in the terms of timing and table tennis, it's enough to throw somebody off.
These are two very important serve points right here.
Just really hasn't found his mark with the forehand.
No. Oh,
Yes,
man.
I mean, that's the kind of shot he really shouldn't be missing.
No, that's not a difficult shot for a player his ability. Christovari continues to try, even if he misses. He's trying to push him out wide to the forehand. Wow.
It's quite interesting, you know, seeing where Tanya's body position is anchored. He's really always preparing for a long ball, but a lot of these occasions we've seen Chris receiving short, so haven't really seen an adaptation on that front as much. He's been caught out on that ball a few times.
That was a great half-long ball. Oh. Wow.
Impressive.
I thought it was a great opening third ball, and then he countered it off the bounce. Tremendous.
A little bit of a lucky break off the net, brings him within 1 point behind.
That's really one of the first short game balls that Tingyi's won. Now timeout by Christovari. He knows how important this next point is. He'd love to get off the table here with a 3-0 win.
I'm sure he would.
Yeah.
Most players would. It's always a buzz as we get closer to the finals. More spectators coming over to center court to see what all the noise is about.
Yeah, there's still a lot of matches going on in many different divisions. But at some point, everybody sort of says, you know, I really want to go see that. and they start coming in.
FOMO, it's fear of missing out.
Wow.
Suddenly looked a little bit soft on the long push from where I was sitting.
It's just amazing how decisive Christovari is. It's, you know, he's just going for whatever his technique is.
That was a little better from Tanya. Just playing quick a little bit early. Keeping the ball a bit lower and faster.
Again, he had trouble with the serve.
And like many times before, towards the end of the match, Christovari gets to the end with a 2-point buffer. Just gives him so much more comfort to be able to commit to things at the end of the set and the end of the match.
No, I think he really had that one line up. He just missed it. Ting
Nice
Yi.
control, but a little bit soft from Avari.
We're at deuce. One serve apiece. Got to win by 2. I have the feeling that if Ting Yi gets this game going, it's not going to be an easy road for Christovari to finish the match.
Yeah. It's a great finish.
Yeah.
Probably one of the better points that we've seen from him.
Yeah, you know, almost call that he stole that game, you know. Christovari was in control all the way to the very end, and it got a little soft.
Yeah, I think that blocking point towards the end was probably he needed to be a little bit more assertive and try some attacking options there. I mean, you know, when you're playing against someone who has a pretty reasonable attacking game, you don't want to give them the chance to play 5 or 6 shots in a row. You know, it gives them a chance to warm up a little bit and gain a little bit more confidence. And I think that's really something that could present some problems. I mean, if you go from winning points outright and the other person who is, you know, technically a very good player,
right,
and usually very consistent, if you let them start playing 4 or 5 shots per ball, even if you're winning a lot of the points, you're still giving them a chance to just build up a foundation of confidence and find their rhythm a little bit. So it was definitely a turning point, Pat.
Yeah, good point. It's going to be very interesting to see the start of this game. Can Christovari get his rhythm back, get control of the game back? You got to think that if it goes the distance, if it goes 5 games, you got to favor Ting Yi. You know, the higher rated player, there's a reason for that. He's a very strong player. And until that last few points, he didn't get his game really wasn't in gear, but now he's looking strong.
Unforced error from Tanya. Can't afford to be missing the easier shots. He's got enough problems with the difficult ones.
Yeah. Some good defense there by Christovari, though, to return a couple of those balls.
Really closes his racket angle with his wrist a lot on the backhand. You could see the bounce on that ball. The trajectory of the net's really low. Sometimes only half long.
That was a much better handling of the long ball to the forehand, though. Instead of backing off the table, he stayed close and played it quick. That may be an answer for stopping getting pushed out on the forehand side.
Still needs to cut down the error rate on those forehand openings against the long backspin ball.
Yep. Oh, that just caught the edge. It had some massive spin.
Yeah.
It bounced like 4 feet up. Now all of a sudden, Christovari doesn't look as in control, does he?
Yeah, and it suddenly looks like Tanya's kind of backed off a little bit in his aggressiveness and has started to play with a little bit more topspin and steadiness.
Yep.
And, you know, all he has to do is get into a pattern, play maybe 4 or 5 points where he's just spinning the ball on and giving himself a chance to actually play. And
yeah, I felt like you know, the first 2 games he really didn't focus on technique. You know, he's just trying to bang the ball, and he's got really good technique. Oh, wow. Christopher with that quick off the bounce, it really puts you under a lot of time pressure. You just don't have time to make decisions.
Certainly seems like Tianya's finding a bit more comfort into his short game now.
Yeah. He really was losing that game for a while, but he's doing much better now. Christopher needs to be careful of that serve. That is the one place Tingyi has ripped him a few times.
Yeah, big forehands now. Now it's Tianya who has the 2-point buffer, position that Krish is not used to being in. You can see now that he's starting to get a little bit of a softer ball onto the backhand side by pressuring Krish's backhand on the first ball more with more topspin. He actually doesn't have any hesitancy in stepping around now. So a bit of a shift in the wins here.
Yeah, it really, that third game may be the pivotal game of this whole team tie, actually, because this first match is very important.
Nice handiwork there from Krish. Very close to the edge, that ball. It's really phenomenal hand speed on the serve return and follow-up, but Tianya is definitely starting to make some considerable.
Yeah, he's feeling confident now. Oh, that's just great. Wow, lobbed him down.
Not ideal for this stage of the game and match.
Gives you an example of how good his touch is, so. Oh my goodness. Now we're in deuce.
Big opportunity there for Tianya.
Yep. 2 of them he really had control over, and he missed both. Nice flip out wide. The thing is, if it hadn't have been that quick, Tingyi would have hurt that ball, but it was just quick enough that it couldn't quite time it. That's a huge comeback win in that game. Take the first team match.
Great work there from Krishivari.
Yep.
managed to cling on when the momentum shifted, and again, setting the example for his teammates.
Yep, upsetting the higher rated player gives you a great start.
He's been having a pretty good tournament so far, I think, in terms of results.
Yeah, I don't think his rating is going to stay where it is.
I'm sure he's hoping it'll go back to where it was before. I think maybe when he was 15, 16, he was probably around 25, 50, maybe a little bit higher.
Okay. Yeah, he's playing that level today, I think.
I know I think, you know, with college, as is the case with many players here in the US, table tennis takes a back seat for a while, but you know, it's always really good to see the players come back. Really adds some color to the tournaments.
Yeah, and they've put so many young years into training, and if they don't come back to the sport, we all lose.
Yeah.
You know. Now we have Jonathan O up.
The battle of the big forehands. I think in the way, you know, in the circles of table tennis here in the USA, not many players would argue that Liang Jishan does not have the biggest forehand. Left-handed, phenomenal forehand power. This is one player you don't want to give any kind of loose ball to anywhere on the table ever.
Wow.
And I think, you know, I always really appreciate when players come over from China and they move here to the United States. A lot of them get into coaching and you just see their level decline, you know, steadily over the years. But players like Liang Jishan, really, they want to win. It's in their blood to want to win tournaments. I think he's won the last, well, maybe before the recent one where he lost in the final, the three Westchesters before that. You know, in terms of the East Coast, he is without a doubt among the best players that have been here for probably the last 5 years.
Well, good serve off the short angle of the table for Jonathan.
Those kind of half long, if you can keep it half long and low, or, you know, get a softer forehand opening from Jishan, that's pretty rare. He's going to have to capitalize on that.
Oh my goodness. We didn't see one backhand like that from him in the quarterfinals. That's a great shot.
It's already off to a quick 3-0 lead here. You could see him making a very conscientious effort to keep the ball short.
All right. Jonathan has come out a ball of fire so far. Unbelievable shots.
Suddenly looks like Captain Krish sent the right message to the team. And it's possible might see a little lull here or take a while to see that forehand get going, and that's really the window of opportunity for Jonathan O.
Well, he's won the first 5 points. That's pretty impressive. Make that 6 with a great smash flip. My goodness.
That's brilliant, absolutely brilliant forehand.
Now I don't feel so bad that he beat me years ago when he was a little kid.
Yeah, it's the first big forehand from Liang Jishan.
Yep. Well, there's the second.
The trouble is, once you let one in, welcome one, welcome all.
Wow, I mean, that's just such a smooth pivot and great power generation.
quite finding the mark with that backhand.
Jonathan has a 7-2 lead and the serve. A very good position to take this first game and keep his team on a roll. Wow. Great angle out wide. For Jonathan to make that shot, he'd almost run into the side barrier. So that was such a wide shot.
You could see him just priming for that step around already.
All right, this is another big point. If he gets this, he's only 2 down. He's come back from a way down, but he missed it. He had it just what he wanted. Like you said, Jonathan better take advantage while he can, because you know that shot's going to get warmed up. Wow.
Seems like his is warmed up already.
We're going to have to check the stats from our new stats device to see which one of these is hitting harder. They both hitting just bullets.
It's definitely going to be a little bit of a battle of who can tighten up more on the backhand side.
Oh, that's heavy spin.
It's a big risk too. I mean, when you step around, Jishan needs quite a lot of space with his swing, so stepping around and playing slower, you got to make sure you have enough rotation. You don't want that ball to come back.
That may be the best backhand I've seen today.
Yeah.
I mean,
that backhand was better than a lot of the forehands I've seen today.
I mean, he ripped that from mid-distance at really an incredible speed. All of a sudden, it's only a 1-point lead now for Jonathan. He really needs to get this point. Ji-sun gets the serve at 9-all. It's going to be tough. Oh, great point though. Really was.
Yeah, good reflexes from Ji-sun to catch that ball on his backhand. I think really once he got onto his forehand and Jonathan backed off, it was pretty difficult to reel it back in from there.
Oh, wow.
Unworldly, crowd-pleasing stuff from Lang Jishan.
To take a ball coming that fast and actually move into the table and play it off the bounce, man, that's really incredible timing. Well, behind all the way until 9-all. You came back to win it.
Like I said, you know, you let one forehand in, you're really opening the floodgates. I think it's going to be a difficult match for Jonathan Greer, but I mean, he played some absolutely outstanding forehands himself.
I think he would be very pleased with the way he played that first game, you know? He played wonderfully well. It's just a huge difference in the level, you know. Jonathan's got to raise his game to that level. Ji-sun just needs to play his level.
I think also, you know, they have reasonably similar styles. They're very focused on tight play and then trying to play big forehands. And, you know, someone like Ji-sun has a very profound understanding of how to break down his own game and his own style and what his weaknesses are. And I think towards the end there, he managed to apply them a little better against his opponent. really a couple of the points we talked earlier on about player like Jonathan and Jishan as well, taking a bit more recovery time after playing these big forehands, and some of those forehands Jishan was just able to get his racket to the ball on the backhand, and it was enough for him to turn the point around and get back onto his forehand.
Definitely a lot of firepower in this match.
Nice short receive there from Jishan. A little bit high, but definitely very short. That's a huge forehand.
Yep. Well, when you look at how they did the draw, how Jonathan's team set the draw, it was going to be between, Jonathan and Lynn about who played twice and who played once. And I wondered about that a little bit. But Bryant is a little more of a control player, and they may have figured rightly that you couldn't play control against these guys.
Oh, yeah.
You got to have somebody that has a slugger's chance, Although Bryant will play next match, but of the three, he's the one that plays a single match. Of course, every match is important because it only takes 3 matches to win this team tie.
Definitely had the right idea there. Absolutely hammering those forehands. There's no room for a loose ball with either of these players.
Yep. Oh, wonderful counter loop. I mean, wow.
I guess the floodgates open on both sides.
Well, to make that shot, he had to start swinging at the same time the Ji-sun was swinging. The timing has to have to be so perfect to do that. Wow, what a good shot. Oh, man, goodness. Really feeling it now.
Big third ball attacks here. It's definitely on the offensive.
Outstanding play from Jonathan, that's for sure.
It's been really interesting to see how things shift, and in this game we really haven't seen Jishan being able to play any forehand at all. He just hasn't had the chance to get in.
No, his offense has been taken away from him. But still, it's 7-all. For all the great shots Jonathan hit, it's just an even game. Which tells you he's got to hit incredible shots to stay even.
Yeah.
That's hard to do. Oh, my goodness.
I guess that's what happens if you just hit a normal shot. It's really the first big forehand.
You're watching big hitters when we have this very large court and some of their forehands are hitting the barriers before they hit the ground, and that's a long way back. That's a lot of power.
Liang Jishan's really picking his timing here, coming in with the forehands when it gets close towards the end of the game.
Two great stabs at the ball. It's the only way to describe it, but both of them went on the table. His feet weren't there, his body wasn't there, but he got his racket on it. Not only got it back, but he put some pace on both of them too. Oh my.
Big opportunity there.
He's going to be thinking about that tonight.
It's almost a lifeline there for Liang Jishan.
Oh my goodness.
It's a pretty impressive way to close out a game.
Yeah, I mean, you hit your best shot, best backhand at him, only to see it come ripping back faster than you hit it. Wow.
So, second match here in this second semi-final. Liang Jishan off to a 2-0 lead. Very impressive showing from Jonathan Oh so far, but it's Jishan who's really managed to step it up in the second half of these games and close them out.
Each athlete's back talking to their team. Interesting rules about coaching. In a singles match, you can only have one coach. A team match like this, your whole team can coach. So you got to be careful almost about getting too much advice with three people telling you things. But boy, the teams are so behind each player. This means so much to everybody. This is one of the very premier tournaments in America, North America. It means a lot to reach a final here. And I would say that's true for anybody in any division. People that get to a finals in Division 10 are just thrilled that they got there. It's such a hard battle to get there. Wow.
Again, we see Jishan just getting his racket to the ball. I mean, the amount of pace that's on the ball when he puts his racket there, it still comes back pretty quick.
Well, Jonathan hits it so hard. Oh, no. Okay, can we get a speedometer on that one? I mean, you know, I've covered table tennis in a lot of levels in my life. You don't see it any faster than that. That's just brutal.
I remember, I think it was back in 2017 or 2018, I was doing the commentary for this tournament, and one thing that Jishan is really good at is playing those kind of forehands against choppers. And, you know, he's beaten Chen Wei-sheng before. And
yeah, I remember that match.
Plays these blitzing forehands. And he was playing for Team JOOLA, actually, at the time. I think it was him and maybe him, Sharath, and one more player. But they were playing a provincial team or a small team from Shanxi in China. And he'd gotten drawn against the chopper, and he came up to me with a bit of a grin on his face before the match and said, "Make sure you watch this one. I'm about to play a chopper." And it was just carnage. It's the only word that you can use to describe it. It's so one-sided. You have this phenomenal chopper from a Chinese province team and just getting destroyed. You know, the irony is, in a lot of occasions, when he's playing against backspin, if you're pushing out to him, it's worse for you than playing topspin.
Those mechanics are really great. If you wanted to teach somebody how to generate power with the forehand, from the push on the leg to the body turn, everything is just phenomenal.
So a very commanding game here
Yeah.
from Liang Jishan, 10-1.
Well, Jonathan certainly gave everything he had the first two games, and they were wonderful games.
That's
Too good, just too good. But for all that, it just ties the match score up to 1-1. So a lot more to come. This is the best 3 out of 5 individual matches to determine the team winner. That will move on to the finals and a chance to win $15,000.
the next matchup here will be in the third spot between Bryant Lynn and Stephen Chu. This could be a pretty interesting match. I would say these two players are fairly even in level. It could definitely go either way, and given that it's now 1-1, I think that makes this third match potentially a thriller.
Yeah, it's interesting that, you know, the person that plays the third match is only playing one, but it's almost always the pivotal match because it's either 1-1 or 2-0. In either case, you know, it's a match that you really, really want to win. You'd like to go up 2-1. Certainly don't want to go down 2-1. And in some cases, you're closing it out at 2-0. How to set the order of play with your athletes is interesting, you know, experience here. Personally, if I were doing this, I'd be looking, maybe I wouldn't have my number one player, but I would choose the one that I thought had the best nerves for this match because I know it's going to be a pivotal match. Next match will be exciting too.
Yeah, Krish Shivari and Liang Jishan will be.
I want to see how Krish Shivari handles his power or not. If he can negate it, or he's definitely going to have to figure out a way to around those big forehands because I don't see those coming back.
Yeah,
no matter who he's playing in this hall. You know? Ready to get started.
A little bit tight on that forehand counter. It's always first half of the first game in these matches. Players just finding their feet in the match.
Yep. So much riding on these matches, and you know you don't want to let your team down no matter what. You've been fighting for 3 days with the team, and you finally get to here, and
Crunch time.
There's a lot of pressure because you've gone through so much with your team to get to this stage. All these teams have had some difficult matches.
Great work to get that reach out to that wide forehand by Stephen Chu, but wasn't able to recover his footwork fast enough to capitalize with the next forehand. Interesting play there, goes long and fast and really slowed the next ball down quite a lot. Not sure whether he thought it was a lead or... I was kind of curious as to whether they thought it was a net serve. They both seemed to kind of stop playing.
Yep. Well, good sportsmanship there once again. So far, Bryant just looked a little bit more stable in his play.
I know from my time in New Jersey that in terms of training and spending time with practice partners, Stephen Chu was always a very, very hard worker and put in a lot of hours of practice on the table. So it came down to whether or not it could be transferred into matches, and certainly in the last 2 or 3 years he's definitely shown that it's starting to click together a bit more.
Oh, a wonderful backhand. Quick little smash block. Really nice stroke.
So 7 game points for Lynn. And he'll take the first one. Players will go back to the benches. I think Stephen has a few nerves to shake off.
Yeah, it really looked really just tight.
Yeah. You know, I mean, I think when you're in a situation where you're the top 2 players in your team are 2,600,
Yeah.
and then you're 300 points below, it's tough to...
And now your match counts just as much as theirs does.
Yeah, and I think the really tough part about this is that it's not like you're up against the 2,600 player on the other side. It's a match that in reality is very winnable. If you really bring your A game to the table, it's a winnable match, and I'm sure that pressure really played a part in how this first game went. And it's always tough playing in front of a crowd when the match really means something. Some players feed off it, some kind of shy away from it.
And sometimes the coaching you do between these games is more psychological than actually tactical.
Right.
You know, you got to get the player comfortable, and you got to get him in the right zone where he plays well. And if you don't do that, then all the technical advice doesn't mean anything.
A couple more shots like that and
Get some confidence.
yeah.
Yep. All right, that's a real positive start. I'm not sure what they told him over there, but we should find out. He's come out very good this game.
I have to ask them when the next book comes out. maybe it's something they read from one of yours.
I don't know. But obviously he's more focused and looking a lot better. So So maybe they just found a way to take some of the pressure off him, you know. Team events are really very, very different than single events.
Nice.
Nice flip.
Over the table. Nice placement back across the forehand to the backhand side.
Nice half long ball.
Definitely seems like Stephen's taking more initiative, but also he's succeeded a little bit more in backing Brian off the table. And it's a little easier for him to finish off points that way.
There's that backhand quick smash again. A lot of racket speed just from a hand snap of the hand.
It's really the shot he should be focusing more on as well. I mean, that kind of shot's going to make him anchor himself a little closer to the table.
And that wide out ball has always been the target zone for finishing a point for a left-handed player, as you well know.
I'm not quite as good at finishing out points, but I have a faint idea of what you're talking about.
Whenever I'm coaching left-handed players, I always, tell them, ball comes to your backhand, you got two choices. If it's a difficult ball coming to your backhand, then you play back to the backhand. If it's not, first opportunity you have to get it, punch it out wide, you go.
Yeah.
And if they come to your forehand, attack the body, because that left-handed ball curves right into the hip, and you normally always get a really good look at another forehand after that. Simple game plan, but it worked for Gatien.
Oh, yeah.
Winning the world championships as a lefty, I think the last lefty. And
that's a while ago now. 1993.
Yep. He had a very simple pattern, but very dominant pattern. Oh, beautiful
Great
counter.
Yeah.
Beautiful counter.
Just perfect timing there, right at the peak of the bounce.
Caught him with a little bit of a fast serve he wasn't quite ready for. Be interesting to see these points if he tries to take the initiative first attack or if he lets Brian open and tries to counter. He's had success both, but I think he does better, honestly, if he lets Brian open and sets himself for it and then counterattacks.
Nice little nose spin serve there from Stephen Chu.
Very good quality backhand topspin too. All right, 2 big points here, 9-0.
Just pops that backhand opening a little long. This is really the where the players are made here in these crucial points at the end of games. Definitely had the set play, but
he did. He sure did.
Looked a little tight on the forehand.
That looked like a nervous forehand. It did. He really had exactly the ball he was looking for. Nice serve.
It's definitely seems like a little bit of a case of trying to do too much. He really came in and tried to take that ball very, very early.
Well, it was a good placement right on the center line. Sometimes that can be a confusing placement.
Good team support here behind Stephen Chu. Seems to have made a pretty big difference.
Wow, I mean, yeah, his whole demeanor changed. Whatever, like I said, whatever they told him in the first game, tell him again, because it worked. It'd be interesting if Stephen goes back to that midline serve again, just to see. As bad as that return was, I would want to test that water again. We're at 1-1 in this pivotal third match of the 5-game match series to determine who will go on to the finals. Big cash prize difference here. The winner of this goes on to play the final and be in the running for $15,000 first place prize. The losing semifinals team here will receive $2,400. So noticeable difference in the dollars. So which player is going to come out strong at the beginning of the third game here? Great backhand third ball. I like Brian's game because it's fairly balanced.
Yeah.
I mean, he has power on both sides. He has quicknesses on both sides. It's tight. It's basically a pretty stable looking game. Great fast serve, wow.
Straight down the line.
And it's a good deception on that too. Oh, wow. To get a net ball that drops below the table and send it back up, that's great hands. And
managed to keep it relatively low as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, made a difficult return off of it.
That's a very deceptive serve there.
Nice return there. Really just adjusted his bat to stop the spin and just made a low placement that was difficult to handle.
Good pickup on that first half-long opening from Stephen Chu, but again, you know, when you're making those shots, you really have to get high rotation and good depth, otherwise you find yourself on the back foot pretty quickly. It's like Lynn is stepping things up a little bit here in this third game.
And he's really cut down on errors. He's getting a first ball in of good quality. And he won another off a really difficult net. To win two of those type of points in one game is like crazy. You can go a whole tournament and not win one on that type of play. Nice opening.
Superb backhand opening.
It was, but still it was right down the center. And Bryant could have done a little bit more with that ball. It was good quality, but the placement wasn't good. Bryant's been winning the short game so far this game. Oh, great shot there.
I think one of the things about Stephen Chu's game is that when the shots go on, they are very high quality shots.
Mm-hmm.
So 5 game points for Bryant Lynn. And he'll take it on the first one, gives himself a 2-1 lead. I think really this match for Bryant's team it's really important. You know, you have Jishan and Tianya in the lineup next on this other side, and you know it will be definitely Krish and Jonathan would have to really bring their A game to win those matches. Of course, very possible, still winnable matches, but it really rests a lot on the shoulders of Bryant here to close this match out.
They need it. They really do.
Yeah.
But that last game, Bryant really controlled the serve return. I mean, it's basically forcing Steven to try some difficult shots and make some errors.
Yeah.
Just his short game controlled that.
I think also you really got a sense of his level of focus, seeing him retrieve those 2 wide net balls on the floor.
Oh, that was great.
Just, you know.
I mean, that's a 4-point swing.
Right.
You know, if most people don't get those. Those are really tough to get 2 of them back and win points on them.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time it's hard enough just to get a racket to them, let alone actually guide the ball back with some kind of quality. So.
Yeah, that was pretty amazing.
So Stephen Chu representing NJTTC 1 in red.
Yeah, he really needs a good start here.
Yeah. Managed to capitalize off that long fast serve a few times.
He has several times.
Certainly catching some unforced errors.
That was a very positive forehand.
Nice control. Really got the right angle to let his racket do a lot of the work on that one.
Well, it was great that he could keep it that low. It was a difficult ball he couldn't make, and just being able to pass it back and keep it that low was great. What a backhand angle.
Looks like the NJTTC team will call a
Just a reminder, we are coming from the and that's 2 forehands he's missed. Little nerves going on.
Looks like the timeout is paying some dividends for Stephen Chu. Goes long and goes for the counter. Great confidence. It's a good bold set play. When you get to these tight moments in matches, you've got to be committed to your game plan and your tactics. It really looks like he's done a good job at certain pivot points in the match to put the pressure back on Bryant.
Brian has missed 3 or 4 makeable forehands this game, and that's got to be nerves.
Yeah, I mean, you can see from where we're sitting and, you know, from watching the live stream, there's definitely more tightness in the forehand.
Yeah.
You can even see in that shot right there, just really slows down the ability to accelerate. So, bit of a turnaround here.
6 match points for Stephen Chu. Oh, sorry, game points. I keep saying match, sorry. Only needed 1, so now we're going to the final game. What do you think?
Oh.
It's hard to know who's each of the last couple games. One player came out much stronger than the other. So the question is, who's going to come out strong this game?
It's difficult to say. I think it'll come down to the first couple of points because it really seems like there's a lot of nerves at play here, and both players throughout this match we've seen really tighten up and be quite anxious under the pressure, and it's really had a huge impact on how they've been able to perform in the match.
Yep.
We saw it in the first game with Stephen, we saw it in the last game with Bryant, so they're both facing the same problem. So I think really whichever player can get a lead in the first 2 or 3 points of the match will, of the last game, you got me on it now, so.
Well, you know, it's going to be interesting to see because it may just come down to whoever lands the first couple of big shots and gets loose.
Yeah.
You know, gets the timing of swinging again. Table tennis is such an emotional game, and controlling your emotions, getting enough energy to play well, but not too much to get nervous. It's really tough under match conditions, especially when you know that your team really needs this match. Both of them do.
I think really from what we've seen in the match so far, generally speaking, if Bryant has been a little more relaxed, he's been able to control the points a bit better. I think it really comes down to if he can loosen up on his openings, he's able to control inside the rallies. If there's a rally, I feel like Bryant's got the upper hand.
Yeah, and they just had one, and Brian did just play control and angles.
Yeah.
And win the point.
Yeah, you know, the last game, there were a lot, like you said, there were a lot of forehand opportunities that he was just a little bit too tight on, but, you know, a little bit of looseness, and he performs and executes on those opportunities. That's what it could come down to, possibly.
Well, we're at 2-all. Final game of the third match of the team tie. Each team has one match. Good backhand opener that time. Good quality.
I think there's certainly a little less pressure on Steven now, because when he's made those steady openings, which he can be a little more confident with, he's been able to win some outright points.
Oh boy, now both of them really played a good point that time.
Maybe both of them will loosen up. Maybe.
Well, Steven hit,
the mark.
two really good forehands,
Yeah.
and Bryant just reflexed them back. But those were good quality forehands. Really good backhand opener.
Be interesting to see if there's some more long, fast serves thrown in here while the pressure's really on.
Okay. I think you
might have to.
You guessed you should buy a lotto ticket tonight. You certainly guessed that one perfectly.
I would have done it. Yeah, I think really the big difference so far in this match has really come down to, honestly, backhand openings. And we have seen Steven execute on those backhand openings with a much higher percentage than Bryant. And they're really trying to, if they're pushing long, it's going into that backhand half. Bryant's been a little bit tight, even on the forehand step around. He's been sinking a lot of those balls into the bottom of the net. Whereas Steven, as time has gone by, his openings have gotten much more reliable, and I think that could eventually be the tipping point between the two, is that even when they get into the rallies, maybe Bryant has a little upper hand, but there actually really haven't been that many points that have gone to longer rallies. A lot of it's been, Steven opens and then Bryant makes an error, or Bryant makes an error straight away. So those backhand openings, I think, might be the make or break of how this match plays out in the end. So 6-3. Of course, the last timeout here in this match. It'll be very intriguing to see what Bryant brings back to the table here. Yeah, he's really bringing his weight down on those step arounds. Just not really pushing up through the ball contact enough. Goes long and fast again. Couple of freebies off that. Just this set alone.
Yeah, definitely has paid dividends, that serve.
Being able to recognize that tightness in your opponent and capitalize off that with those serves is really the one of the more relaxed backhand openings we've seen from Bryant in a couple of games now. Very risky play there, long and fast, right into the middle of the forehand.
And Bryant has 2 serves. If he can take both of them, he'll tie this match up.
I think we're going to see maybe the push, long push to the backhand's been very effective so far. And now 2 openings in a row he's been able to execute, so this could make things a little more interesting. Arena court, Chris Shavari.
Yeah, he's up till now been the hot player, but he's running into it's the big forehand. It's coming up again. It'll be interesting to see how he contains that, or if he can contain it.
here we are, the fourth match of the second semi-final. Liang Jishan in red against Krish Avari. Currently, Jishan's team with a 2-1 lead in this best of 5 match tie. If Jishan wins this match, he'll send his team into the final and have a chance to play for $15,000. They're going to have some pretty tough competition there, and we'll see. We'll see if what Krish can do to bring his team back into the fray here.
Krish Avari has been the hot player for his team in the quarterfinals, and here in the semifinals he's looked great. But he is playing, as you said, probably the hardest forehand in North America. A lot of power and also a lot of skill. It's not just power. Wow, he got that first one back.
One way to deal with it.
Wow. A lot of times people don't even touch that ball. And he got it back for replacement.
And we did see in Jishan's last match, just did take him the first half of the first game to kind of warm up into things. Great pickup there off that ball.
Yep. His actually body was out of position, and he still was able to make a pretty strong stroke, kept it low over the net.
Steady placement there.
Just have the feeling that Krish Avari's quick play is not going to make a huge impact here.
Yeah, I think really with Krish, he plays tight in the beginning of the points. Once he's into a rally, it does take him 3 or 4 shots to kind of position around before he takes a bigger shot. And I don't know if he's going to get that opportunity in this match. He's really going to have to look for some really difficult placements and maybe look to get it a little bit earlier than he would maybe feel comfortable doing.
That was a great receive of serve. The other thing is Krish Avari's had an advantage in serve and serve return of most people he's played.
Yeah.
I can't see him having that with Jisung. Is too sophisticated with his short game.
Yeah, I think, when you come across a player that has such a huge forehand, serve receive is probably one of the areas of strength that they have. Being able to keep it tight, if you want to set up big forehands like that, you don't want the other person attacking first.
Right.
Krish doing a good job there of keeping Jishan off balance. It's a really big fundamental part of his forehand power game is balance on the ground. Clip on the net there, but
yeah, they're really two examples of two different extremes. Jisung, you can see the power generation from the legs up. I mean, it's almost like a wave. You can see it actually. And Krish Avari plays so quick and whippy.
Yeah, especially from the hands.
Yeah, he gets a lot of racket speed. And sometimes that translates into really quick balls that aren't that powerful back from the table. Jisung's ball just continues out like a rocket, it hits and goes out like a brick.
So Liang Jishan taking a 1-0 lead here. This is a huge match for his team. If he can close this out, he'll take the team tie with him and they'll be into the final.
And believe me, they'd like to get the $15,000 to go with that final. They've worked hard for it.
And I think, honestly, you know, you have two phenomenally strong domestic players in the team in the 1 and 2 positions, and then you know, I really think that if they get through to the final, then the result really was founded on the back of Stephen Chu's win in the 3rd match. I think it was just an incredibly great result under pressure from him.
And, you know, it allows, not that he's going to feel a lot of pressure, but it allows his teammate to go out now. And
they have a lifeline.
And you know, he knows that even if he loses, they still have a good shot.
Yeah.
So he can play. He doesn't have to worry about it.
And Chris Shavari starting out on the attack here, but Jishan's almost equally as good on defense as he is on attack.
Yep.
Just great hands to get to those quicker attacking strokes.
Because up till now, those little quick attacks have been, you know, either
devastating.
going through or putting people in bad positions. That's a good shot.
Nice little set play, long fast 7 follow-up. It's good for 1 point.
But he's
not sure how many times it'd work.
I mean, he's got to generate that much force on the first ball to have an impact on Jisan.
Nice little connection there together, 2 points in a row.
Yep.
Both serve and forehand follow-ups. Definitely does need to get on the offensive earlier in the points. I think that's one of the big pressures about playing a player like Jishan and why he's been so successful, and especially along the east coast of the US, is if you don't attack first, then you're going to get shut out. It's really it's a very, very high pressure ultimatum, really.
Well, this game, Chris Duvar is doing a good job of just that. He's opening everything as hard as he can. He's hit the table the last 3 or 4 times. I don't know. I haven't seen him play in a long time, but it's impressing me, this tournament.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the last time I saw him play as well. I think it's been at least 2 or 3 years. I think, you know, that generation of players that came through the West Coast and ICC of Kunal Chaudhary and Kresh, and then also, of course, Kanak was at the World Champions Table Tennis Academy. They really were great examples of good touch players.
Right.
All 3 of them, and I think at that time, with those 3 kind of coming up through the cadet age groups, I think a lot of people in the US had quite a lot of hope for them to be top players, and of course, Kanak just yesterday breaking a pretty long-standing record by being the first American to reach so far in the men's singles at the World Champs, making the quarterfinals.
In the modern era.
Yeah.
Yes, in the modern era.
Right, yeah, of course.
You go back far enough and...
Yeah, back into the 30s.
Yeah, you could... Well, actually, 1959.
That was Dick Miles.
Dick Miles in the semis.
Yeah.
But that's a long time. And the game we play today doesn't resemble that game at all anymore.
So, Krish Avari holding a 9-6 lead here.
Really needs to get this game. Put some pressure on Goshen. That was a great placement.
Well, he reacted really well to that deep forehand flip.
He's really quick reaction-wise. Ooh.
A couple of lucky breaks off the net there. Got to be careful not to spin the ball up too high with the forehand.
Well, that time he tried to play a off-speed block, and it just gave Goshen more time to set up. Didn't bother him at all. Huge point here.
Fantastic play.
Really great short game and a tremendous smash flip.
He's really delivering in his matches against these really some of the top seeded players in the tournament.
Yeah, like I said, he's certainly playing well above what his rating is. This whole tournament, he's playing marvelous.
So tied up here at 1-1. He really handles the pressure for the team really well, I think. You know, he's always been able to raise his game throughout today to get the job done for the team and close his matches out. And here he is, really outside of the three players that are already in the team final. I think it's probably fair to say that Jishan is the toughest player here in the tournament.
Right. Great serve.
Just the start needed here for Jishan. I think one of the strong parts of Jishan's game is that in a lot of situations he doesn't do too much on his backhand. He uses it on a lot of the time for either very soft placement or really big backhand winners. But I think you expect him to play with so much power all the time that actually when he plays soft off his backhand, it's more effective than you would think.
The change between the two.
Nice placement, not quite able to cover the next ball. Chris did a good job of getting a lot of rotation on that one. So 6-2, Liang Jishan looking to get a bit of a foothold in this match.
Yeah, definitely asserting himself.
Didn't seem too happy with himself about ending up that far back from the table.
Kristovari's got to go for such a high-quality opening all the time. He's having trouble, you know.
It's pretty hard to keep up throughout the match.
Well, he can open, but if he doesn't open really well like that, you know, it's really, he knows he's going to be in trouble. Oh, that was a really strong push. Ji-sun was there and he couldn't lift it. That's doesn't happen too often.
Yeah, you got to try and catch him with straight legs. That's a pretty tough thing to do.
Right.
That's a great
backhand.
connection there.
Yep.
Just brilliant anticipation. Gets the right angles, the right pace, the right timing. Probably one of the bigger forehand shots we've seen from Krish. Still trailing 6 points to 10 though.
Yeah, that's just too much.
So Liang Ji-shan takes a 2-1 lead, 1 game away from taking his whole team into the final. The uphill battle here for Krish is that you're dealing with 2 maximum degrees on the forehand. It's either a maximum degree of power or a maximum degree of spin.
Yep. And also, he normally has a big quickness advantage over everybody we've seen. The quick play really doesn't seem to bother Ji-sun hardly at all. I mean, he's quick enough to where he's still getting his feet under him for those balls. So Kristovari's got to hit a massive opening shot, you know, and it's just a percentage game.
Yeah. It's definitely a percentage that seems a little higher than his comfort zone.
Well, he's got, to me, he has a unique blend of some power and a lot of quickness. And when both of those things are working, quickness and some power, it's hard for people to control.
Right.
But Ji-sun's quickness is almost the same.
Yeah.
And he's got a lot more firepower. So the question is, what do you do? Kristovari in previous matches has won points by blocking and playing defense and stuff.
That's just a fantastic crossover of shots there.
Yep. But he's got to do that level of shot to win the point. Yeah, and it's just, you know, he's playing great, but that's asking an awful lot.
Oh, that's outstanding, and that's the first one of those we've seen so far in the tournament. Just carefully placing around the short ball. I'm sure when Ji-shan tried to play that wide short ball, he didn't anticipate that happening.
The crowd got their money's worth out of that one, I'm going to tell you. That's one of those shots that the kids will go home and try see if they can practice and duplicate that somehow, you know. I saw him do that around the table. I want to do that.
Of course, you always have to clarify for anyone there who doesn't watch table tennis that it is a legal shot.
Yes. Ball can go around or under the net, actually, but not
under the net post.
Under the net post, but not under the net over the table.
sure that gave Krish a bit of a confidence boost. He's leading 5-2 now. Both players coming in close to the net again with the short plays. And Jishan brings it to within one, forcing a timeout. Krishavari pretty quickly back off to the bench there. These next few points are going to be really the difference between whether Krish can hold and capitalize on his lead or whether that dissolves and things turn around and Jishan gets a bit of an edge here.
We'll see how the timeout works.
Top edge there from Jishan. Some good moving around there from Krishavari. Another big forehand. Always a recurring theme in the matches of Jishan.
He does have a big forehand, that's for sure. Oh, and a lucky break there.
That's certainly going to come in handy at alleviating a little pressure.
Well, I think if we've learned anything today in the matches we've covered is don't count Kristavari out. He seems to find a way somehow.
That ball found its way into the bottom of the net. Didn't get quite connected how he felt it was going to. That's a
wonderful,
fantastic serve return.
As fast as Kristavari is, if you hit a sort of an easy ball in a placement that he can't get to, that's amazing. Great opening shot.
Interesting choice there by Jishan to re-push the long ball. It's not something you see very commonly, I guess. He had a tactic in mind for that one. Maybe trying to set up a counter. And it's really neck and neck here in this fourth game. Survival on the line for Krishavari and his team here.
Just missed. That's maybe the first one we've seen that he hit perfectly all out. It came back. What a block.
So definitely going to take some of the pressure off with that first serve.
Yeah, I don't know that anyone was expecting that long serve. I thought for sure it would be a short serve.
It's not often you come across too many players that use a little bit of a heavier long serve.
And that's
And he'll
it.
take it. 11-9, 3-1 for Liang Jishan, puts NJTDC 1 through to the final, and they are going to come up against some very, very tricky international pro players. A great showing, really, from Krish throughout the day here.
I mean,
Fantastic.
it's going to be wonderful to see this team in the finals against the team of the international pros.
So we'll be back in about 20 minutes with the big final here at the 2021 JOOLA North American Teams, streaming here today with OSAI.ai in partnership with them. It's been great to see some statistics on screen and a little bit of innovation brought to the live streaming of table tennis. We are going to be bringing you the final very shortly. And thanks for joining us. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Matt.
It's been great. I always love having a good, knowledgeable commentator to chat about these matches with. It really adds another layer of enjoyment to watching these matches. So certainly appreciate you being here.
I'm going to go watch the finals. It's going to be a wonderful match.
Thank you very much, guys. We'll see you soon.
research and development, we are proud to introduce the Ryzen line. Ryzen CMD is for all those players out there that have their focus on control and are ready to give some new inspiration to their game. The intense ball feedback of the balanced sponge is the basis for excellent control, and the revised concept of the enhanced traction surface helps you to be very precise in your shots. For the offensive game, the Ryzen CMD has a high momentum to attack with accuracy. Take command with the JOOLA Ryzen CMD. Get ready to outperform your opponent with the Ryzen CGR. Designed to optimize energy transfer, the hyper-traction surface is extremely grippy and allows you to increase ball rotation with precision. The kinetic energy held within the hard balance sponge guarantees an impressive catapult effect and significant speed when released. Master the Ryzen CGR and you will get your shots on the next level. We are proud to release this new line, and stay tuned for further innovations under the Ryzen series.
Richard got a little. He called Jishan Joshin.
You don't need to write the rest of them. First 3 is enough. So we're gonna say Kamal, Ko.
Okay.
Why are you? You wrote Lei Ko, and then you wrote his first name, last name, and then you wrote last name, first name, and then last name, first name.
That's what Eugene wrote on this.
What are you writing?
I just copied Eugene's.
You wrote Lei Ko. Give me that pen.
You want some Welch's?
Yes.
Thought you might. Oh, can you mute that? All right, awesome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're live here for the final of the 2021 JOOLA North American Team Championships here at Center Court. I'm Matt Hetherington. I'm joined by Timothy Wong. Nice to have you with us.
Hey Matt, it's really great to be here.
Straight in from Houston.
That is
Jack
correct.
of all trades, some coaching, some playing, and now some commentary.
Certainly quite a busy tournament so far.
So, for those of you who have been following the semifinals and the progress so far, we have two teams heading up here in the final, the True North Table Tennis Club. And the 3 players playing for that also came in from Houston, straight from the World Championships. Eugene Wong, Sharath Kamal, and Ko Lei are the 3 players who are actually playing in the final. In their team, they were joined by Kevin Guo and James Yu. And then playing against them is NJTDC 1 from New Jersey, Tianya, Stephen Chu, Liang Jishan, and Gao Yanjun. So it's going to be an interesting match. Of course, the New Jersey team is going to have to bring their A games for this one. Some fairly tough matches ahead of them.
I think there will be a lot of fireworks though. We've seen Liang playing an amazing forehand throughout the entire tournament. He's got so much power, so much explosivity. We'll see how he handles against Ko Lei.
Yep, and that will be the first match here. Ko Lei and Liang Jishan. I'm sure the spectators that have gathered here, of course there are still a lot of matches going on from the other 15 or so divisions, but doesn't stop people from gathering here at the center court to check out the final. Should be getting started fairly shortly. We're running the stream in partnership with OSAI this year. It's been nice to see a little bit of innovation and some statistical analysis through AI in the live stream. These players have battled their way through 3 days of tough competition, a lot of matches played here at the JOOLA North American teams. I know some players end up playing up to 35 matches across these 3 days. It can be pretty physically grueling. So just waiting for the players to come out here. First matchup, two fairly technically precise players. Cole representing Ukraine for his table tennis career, now living in California, coaching at the ICC Table Tennis Club. And Jishan being one of the bigger players from the East Coast for a long time now, I guess 7 or 8 years. Still out there winning tournaments. I think these past 4 months he's won three Westchester Open singles, one of the tougher tournaments here in the US.
I believe he's on the US national team as well.
Yeah, that's right.
After coming over and living in the US for such a long time, he's recently, maybe in the last 2 years, got a US citizenship, and now he's representing Team USA.
How do you feel about Jishan's chances against players like this? I mean, at the international level, I mean, domestically a big forehand's going to scare a lot of players, but at the international level, I'm sure someone like Cole is used to dealing with players that have powerful forehands.
Yeah, I mean, I think it really depends on how his service and service receive game is. If Jishan gets out of the gate very early, gets in some explosive forehands, he might, impose a threat early on and put some pressure on Cole early in this match.
We saw in the first semifinal Sharon Algetti playing against Cole and managed to put up a pretty good fight, but he had to hit a lot of balls to be able to win those exchanges. I guess someone like Jishan, if he gets positioned well, he could potentially finish a point in one shot. Looks like the players are ready to get started.
It'd be interesting to know, but I don't think that this team has lost a match yet, huh? Individually. Cole, Eugene, and...
Not a match. I know Kamal came pretty close. I think he won 11-9 or 12-10 in the fifth against Ahmed Al-Mala from out Long Island way. Very intense match. Played really on the first day that he arrived, so... It's interesting to see. Usually Ko uses the reverse pendulum serve, but be playing here against Jishan, the left-hander.
That was a great forehand flick, very powerful from Jishan, but seems like Cole can handle it pretty easily so far.
Huge forehand. You see Jishan getting out of the gates here early on. We saw in his last couple of matches in the semi-final he was a little bit slow to warm up, but unfortunately there's not really any time for that. And there's that reverse serve from Ko. Probably one of the better international players at using the reverse serve. He gets a lot of wrist action on the ball and a ton of spin variation.
Unbelievable what he can do with his wrist. His variation of serving that reverse serve short into the forehand. For a righty, it'd be short in the forehand. And also short in the backhand and also long as well.
straight out of the gate. Another huge forehand from Liang Jishan.
Off to a good start, I would say, right? Jishan keeping the points close. Right now it's even.
I think he's probably going to have to play a pretty high-risk game to get ahead, to have these chances of at least closing out games.
Certainly so, and I think Jishan, if anybody, Jishan has a game to do so, right? He takes a lot of chances, a lot of risk. Big forehand topspin. And that's the perfect example, right? These are the kinds of shots and the plays that he's going to have to make if he wants to, have a chance against Cole.
Goes for a big third ball attack. I guess really the big difference is when he's playing domestic players, usually that one forehand ends the point. I think with Cole, he's going to have to be prepared to potentially play 2 or 3. Certainly making a good impression here so far. Nice little topspin variation on the reverse pendulum. That's an outstanding point from both players. Jishan did a great job of trying to reclaim the table a little bit.
Just so calm. It looks like Cole. I mean, Jishan, we all know he has a big forehand. Big from both sides. Forehand and backhand. But Cole at such a high international level, just really handling it.
I think one of the things that we talked about during the previous matches in the semi-final was just the amount of technical precision that he has. That's an incredible placement.
Absolute class. Just waiting to the last moment to redirect it down the line. Just unbelievable what he can do with his wrist, right? Like, that ball, he didn't catch it on the rise. He waited for it to drop, almost hitting the table, and then opening his wrist and redirecting down the line. Like, Jishan was already stepping around.
So definitely some great plays from Liang Jishan, but certainly got his work cut out for him. I think from here it may get even tougher for him as Ko starts to adjust and figure out what he's up against.
I think for Jishan to have a chance, I mean, he's making some good shots, but it looks like, as we saw in Game 1, majority of his big shots were going cross court. I would say that, if he tries to target the middle a little bit more, or maybe, starting out from the middle and then going to the corners, I think that'd be a good strategy for him to, at least hang on a little closer.
Yeah. And almost fallen over there, but 2 great shots there from Jishan.
Great job. See, this is exactly what we just talked about earlier, right? Now Jishan's playing more into the middle, putting some pressure on Ko.
Some good variation on the reverse there. Saw in the previous semi-final when Sharon played with Ko, he was able to kind of blanket the topspin on the reverse serves and get himself into the rally, and Jishan definitely looking steady with those variations. Takes a 4-1 lead here in the second game.
Oh,
And that's an absolute cannon shot.
beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Jishan's playing much better placement this game. He's really varying it up, and I think that's why he's had early success in this game too.
That's fantastic play. Really stepping it up to be able to play 3 shots in a row with a really high level of power, and especially to be able to be so accurate at the same time.
Whoa! Jishan really showing that he wants to win this match.
That would certainly be a big win for him if he did.
That ball was actually very spinny, and Jishan just made it look like it was nothing on it. Another great forehand from Jishan, going wide out to Kolei's forehand.
And it looks like Jishan's really going after that corner as well.
As any lefty should do, right? He has that angle. He can push the opponent, especially right-handers, wide out into the forehand, and then bring them back to the backhand side.
Definitely taking all the risks that he needs to. It's a matter of whether he can sustain them long enough to close out games. 8-4 lead here for Liang Jishan. He's really going for it. Really spinny backhand banana there from Ko, but a little bit on the high side and short on the table as well.
Jishan making a good adjustment, moving forward into that.
Nice angle on that serve. Sometimes we see Ko move across the table over onto his forehand side to get a little bit more wide angle with the reverse serve. Looks like he's going to go for it again.
Great variation from Kolei. He was really serving mostly predominantly in this game and in the last game as well, short to the forehand. This time he switched it up to the short backhand side.
Fast hands. Created a really great angle out to Jishan's wide forehand, and we haven't really seen him have too many opportunities to play that angle, which is really a weaker area. A little bit loose. Gives Liang Jishan 2 game points.
Kolei doing a really good job coming back. I think he was down 8-2 this game.
Yeah.
And now it's 10-8.
Could potentially do some damage here with 2 serves. But pretty comfortable serve return there, and Liang ties it up at 1-1. Very solid effort here so far, and presenting a challenge to one of the world's top players.
Certainly so. We saw a lot of big shots from Jishan, you know, much better placement this game as well, right? Pressuring the middle. Jishan normally, I mean, he hits very hard, right? But especially in the first game, we saw him hitting a lot of cross court, which Kolei seemed pretty comfortable with. And this game, you know, mixing it up, playing into the middle, playing wide, more down the line as well. And I think that was a key factor of why he could win the second game.
Yeah, if he can keep that power level or that speed and keep trying to catch that forehand corner, it's definitely a, I don't want to say a weak area, but it's a sensible place for him to try and target more, and definitely paid off for him in that game.
Jishan kind of showing that he can hang on with some of the world's best here.
I think one of the things I always love to see is, a lot of coaches came across to the US from China, and usually, for the most part, a lot of them, once they start coaching and competing less, their level kind of dips, but there are just a small handful of players that have been so dedicated to being active, and you can tell they just really have a hunger to win. And I think he's one of them that, for the last 7 or 8 years has just really kept on going and even improved, I would say, since he arrived here. A lucky break off the net there.
Yeah, I would agree with your point. I mean, he's still quite active. He's playing a lot of tournaments, and then now he's on the national team representing Team USA. So, a lot of these players from China, they come over and they don't get a lot of in China they don't get a lot of exposure. So when they come here, all that experience and playing against international players as well as our U.S. players, I think it helps. It makes a big difference.
Nice steady play from both players. I think for the most part, Ko tends to play at a fairly similar pace during rallies. Jishan kicking it off with another big forehand. The amount of pressure going into Liang's backhand. I think it really shows the level of these international players when you look at a player who arguably has more power than anyone else in the country, and the fact that they have to keep playing these shots over and over again just to win points shows you the level of these players from this True North table tennis club team. Really heavy opening. Good table depth as well.
Jishan really committing to that one, almost doing a 360 on the ground just to be able to get a shot in.
Of course, Cole is currently world ranked 61, but back in 2017 was as high as 20th in the world. I think currently he's the highest rated player in the US, and not hard to see why.
The highest rated?
Yeah, Cole.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Seen him, particularly the past few months, playing more tournaments, and definitely presenting quite a challenge for the domestic players here, to say the least.
Absolutely. It seems like every tournament he goes to, they kind of just hand him the prize money at the end.
Very interesting to see some switch-ups in the serve. He's using the reverse pendulum a little bit less and switching to the pendulum. Trying to get some different angles on the short forehand from Liang.
And that's something that really, makes a difference and shows what the international level is as well. Like these guys, they serve the pendulum or the reverse pendulum, and they know exactly what they're gonna do right after. Like the setups are just unbelievable.
It's 10-6. 4 game points to go up 2-1 for Cole. Again with the pendulum and crazy fast backhand follow-up. You can just see how premeditated all of these set plays are. And
It's so smooth. There's no hesitation at all, right? It's just like serve, and he already knows this ball is going to come straight into the backhand, and he can just execute.
I mean, when you have a service game that is so high level, it's really difficult for the person at the other end of the table to try and do anything that's different as well. So, I mean, the probabilities that they're expecting from these serve returns are really, really high.
Keeping the pressure on, Cole takes game number 3.
I think really the struggle for Jishan is how he's going to deal with the pendulum serve and cut off that wide angle to his forehand, or try and at least get a slightly softer ball. He's been dealing with a lot of quick backhand balls that go to his forehand corner. Bit of deja vu there. That's how the game started last time he was at that end. Nice. Very, very steady technical game from Ko.
So quick. That ball just barely coming half long. It's unbelievable how easily he can react to it.
Yeah, he gets so much acceleration with a short stroke too. Really amazing stuff. Creates that inside out angle, but Jishan managed to get out there and retrieve it. That's just phenomenal pace. Great anticipation.
Too good.
Textbook stuff. from
Down
Cole.
the line. Most people struggle to even put that ball on the table, but he can redirect it and go down the line. It's unbelievable.
And Jishan claps right back with powerful counter of his own.
I think Jishan's doing a good thing here. He's really taking some chances. Earlier, we saw him trying to control short, which he was struggling against. But now he's playing a little bit longer.
And trying to get it on the counter.
Yeah, I think that's something that he'll definitely need here. Controlling short, it seems like Ko is really taking the advantage.
Really, really great wide angle created by Cole, and almost used his footwork movement to add some more, add an even wider angle to it as he moved across. Just clips the back edge there a little. You could already see Ko winding up for a backhand opening. Just so fluid with even the heavy underspin balls. That backhand opening is unbelievably smooth.
Jishan really going for it, digging deep.
And takes a huge risk there. Great long fast serve. Got the soft response he was looking for, and then finished it for a winner. And it's 2-2 here. First match of this final.
It's pretty interesting to see how this match played out. In game 1, Jishan was trying to control short, and he was having a lot of troubles with Ko's serves. And Ko really took dominance of game 1. In game 2, Jishan started to mix up his placements, right? Taking the game 2 and going more into the middle and wide out to the forehand, playing a little more down the line. Game 3, Ko coming back and showing his variations. Earlier he was only serving predominantly the reverse serve, and then now he threw in some of the regular pendulum serves as well. And then now game 4, Jishan really taking the initiative and digging deep long and forcing Ko to make a soft opening for Jishan to really take advantage and take the initiative. So it's going to be interesting to see what both of these players do in game 5.
Both players will be looking to get their teams on the board. Again, going heavy. Ko did a good job of keeping that first opening look fairly close to the net and dipped pretty low on the table. Great stuff from Ko. Off to an early start here. Always good when you get into the 5th game to be able to capitalize off your serve early on. It's a bit of a lucky break, but certainly a very intelligent intention there to drop that ball short to the forehand. And 4 points in a row to start off the 5th game from Ko. Forces a timeout from young Jishan.
And again, we talk about the versatility of Ko as well, right? I mean, he's able to push short when he needs to and wants to. He's able to flick pretty much anything he wants as well. It's going to be really hard. Yeah, it's just his versatility, right? He's able to put pressure, and I mean that just shows why he is at the world level.
Yeah, and he really, 90% of the time, those serve returns are really hitting their mark, and there's not really any quality loss from him. You could even see that last ball that he played, that kind of dead flip, really just hit right on the white line at the back of the table. I mean, that difference, even 1 or 2 inches, you put that short of the baseline and you're going to get a totally different response from someone like Jishan, and I think that's made a big difference for Ko, is just being able to keep everything very accurate and just, again, superb placement. And once he gets that first shot in, he's often able to do a great job of just holding the table and pushing Jishan back, because his placements are just corner to corner or So definitely gonna have to see some adjustments from Liang Jishan, now trailing by 6 points to 0. It's a good start for him, get himself on the board.
Huge forehand from Jishan. Doing a 360.
Just such a crazy amount of acceleration and very, very compact strokes.
So accurate as well. You saw the first 2 balls going into the backhand. Next ball immediately straight into the body.
So looking like a big challenge ahead of Liang Jishan here if he's going to come back at all. Currently down 2-9 in the 5th. Still playing some great shots, but Ko really seems to have stepped up. Not necessarily in the sense of being more powerful or hitting more winners, but just the intelligence that he's playing with is just out of this world. Gives himself 7 match points here in the first match. And takes the first one. So Ko wins the first match here in this best of 5 match team tie final of the 2021 JOOLA North American Team Champs. A very close 3 games to 2. Really exceptional match from both players and an outstanding effort from Liang Jishan.
I agree with that as well. You know, not too many people in this entire country have been able to, put that kind of pressure on Ko and get so close. So I would say that's a commending effort from Jishan for sure.
In the next match we have up the NJTDC 1 team here in the final. Tianya, the pen holder, coming up to the table now in the red shirt. And he'll be playing against really one of the legend players from India, Sharath Kamal.
Who, by the way, was also in Houston playing the World Championships right before flying directly to DC to participate in this.
I mean, you can't miss this event, really.
Yeah, it's a great event. Lots of matches over 3 days. Lots of experiences. It's run very well. It's a great tournament.
It's going to be interesting to see how Tianya starts off in this match. Semi-final we just had before lost out to Krishavari, who really managed to lock him up in the tight game and played with great touch. And obviously, when it comes to touch players, Kamal is really one of the outstanding players on the international circuit for playing with good feeling and touch and a very high degree of rotation. He's currently ranked 30th in the world, equaling his highest ever world ranking from back in 2018. So he's playing as well now as he ever has before. And when you look at these 3 great international players, the amount of tactical analysis that they have and the ability for them to break down not just their opponents but their own game as well, makes you wonder how Tanya will be able to approach this match, given that there are some limitations in the penhold game. There are definitely some tactics that Kamal could form. Starting off with a lucky break on the corner there, but certainly the right placement to get a good start on that point.
Talk about touch play in the very beginning,
Yeah.
right? Like that's another very good example. Shari could have, blasted that away, but instead just gave the ball to Tianya's middle.
Certainly, definitely a dangerous player to get into those cross-court forehand counter loop rallies with. Nice backhand opening there from Tanya to get him on the board. That's phenomenal play. That's without a doubt the best point we've seen so far this tournament.
Without rushing at all, Shari is able to really redirect his placement. They got into a counter topspin rally, and Shari switching the ball early on into the backhand side.
Yeah, definitely not a player you really want to get into the counter loop situation with back from the table. Goes for the big shot. Out wide to the backhand corner. Just misses, but 9-3 lead for Kamal in this first game. Seven game points.
You see from Kamal, it's just, he doesn't get anxious at all. He just takes it slow. I mean, Tian's serve has a lot of spin, and Kamal is able to come in and kind of neutralize that spin, almost handcuffing Tian.
Yeah, we definitely saw most of the initiation endpoints coming from Kamal, and really once he opens up in the rally, it's pretty difficult to get the upper hand against him.
I've seen Tian handcuffing a lot of opponents with his serves, right? He has a lot of spin. He's able to vary it well, but Kamal with his experience and his feel for the spin is just another level.
Yeah, definitely didn't seem too phased during that first game encounter. We'll have to see if Tanya can do a little bit more on the aggressive and see if he can counter-attack a little more, and I think he has to try and capitalize off those softer, slower openings from Kamal if he has the opportunity, but it's presented a challenge for him so far. This time taking the point early when he got Kamal backed off the table. I think Tianya is really a player that doesn't play too many overwhelmingly powerful shots, so it really seems like Kamal is quite comfortable with his pace.
Yeah, that's certainly a style matchup that doesn't work in the favor of Tian as well. I mean, he has great touch and great feel for spins, but Kamal is just on a totally different level.
Some great short serve receives, just dropping it short on the forehand side. It's the second time this game that he's managed to catch Kamal out there, and a great connect there between that corner shot and down the line. He's going to have to bring some greater technical execution into the match here and try and combine a bit more pace with some finer placement. So far doing a great job to take a 5-2 lead. I think so far in this game it's been more about the small details for Tian rather than playing big points. He's managed to win more points by playing tight.
Absolutely would agree with that. His short game is really on point in this game too. He's not giving Kamal many opportunities to kind of open or tee off on a third ball attack.
Definitely seems like he's looking for placement over big shots here. And a great service from Tian. Kamal closing the gap a little, but still trailing by 2 points. And drops that serve return half long. Did really well to capitalize off that slower opening with the angle. Just misses the back line. Big opportunity here for Tian. 9-6 leading in the second game.
I think this might be a place where Kamal doesn't really want to be, trying to keep short with Tian. Tian seems to be on top of it, with his short receives and long pitches. It might be a good idea for Kamal just to, go long, keep long right away.
Nice pickup on that half long. Slightly loose ball there, and it's 9-9. That opportunity gap for Tianya is closing fairly rapidly here.
Great backhand banana from Kamal going down the line. We saw Tian over there already getting ready to step around.
And just a superb placement. Simple shot, but very well placed. Gives him the game. A couple of nervous moments there. But again, just his ability to tactically break down the man at the other end of the table, paying dividends for Kamal as he goes up 2-0 in games here in the second match of the final of Division 1 of the 2021 JOOLA North American Team Champs here in Washington, D.C. at the Gaylord Convention, National Harbor. Of course, we're streaming this year's tournament with OSAI, getting some AI tracking, statistics, some mixed reality live analysis of the match on screen. Be very interesting to see how the result of the last game affects Tian mentally. Just knowing he had such a big opportunity to potentially draw it up at 1-1, now finds himself down 2-0. See there, he's deciding to push out long. Really, he's not under too much pressure from the first opening, even if he backs off the table. Sails back into the table to try and finish that off.
Such long lobs. You can see over there that Kamal is adding his own spin. That ball is jumping quite deep on the table. It's not easy to counterattack.
And also so aware of where the ball's landing. When he managed to really put that last lob towards the back line, that was when he came in, seeing that Tian was probably going to play a softer ball. Looks like a short stoppage here just to clear some spectators away from the team bench for the clarity of who the coaches are. Of course, in the team event, anybody on the bench can coach the players. Nice serve return down the line.
That was a great, deep, long serve from Kamal.
Goes for the big counter. Great
Big
countering back from the table.
Big counter looping rally here. Lots of power from Kamal.
It's interesting to see him adapting a little bit and actually, like you said, just playing out long instead of trying to go into these short rallies, just playing the ball out long. Doesn't really need to be too phased by the opening ball from Tian. It's a good quality ball, but it's not overwhelming someone like Jishan or, you know, other table tennis players with more powerful opening balls.
Yeah, he's definitely able to open and take the initiative and kind of push Kamal off the table, but it seems like Kamal is not really struggling with the amount of quality that's coming to him.
That is fantastic play.
Just really so fast off the bounce. I mean, if you see that, that was like, what, 3 or 4 shots right off the bounce and redirection as well, placement wise. That was amazing.
Yeah, fantastic counter timing from Tianya, but ultimately Sharath able to take the point. Closes to within just 2 points. 9-7 for Kamal. 9-6, sorry. A little bit of a lucky break, but again, going long to the backhand side. Almost giving him that opportunity to open and then trying to play over the top.
A bit of a uncharacteristic play from Kamal there. It looked like he was trying to do a side spin around the net shot. Oh, and what a way to finish. Tanya ripping the ball wide out to the forehand. Next ball, that was right in the body of Kamal, but Kamal turning around, stretching, and being able to put just as much quality from hitting from the middle.
Definitely a crowd pleaser, and of course the spectators here love to see these players. So True North Table Tennis Club takes a 2-0 lead here in this final. Can see how close it was. The winning streaks for both players, only 1 or 2 points. Now it's crunch time for NJTDC 1, and certainly this is going to be on rating, an uphill struggle here, but Stephen Chu, rated 23-12, set to face off against Eugene Wong, the 2018 US Open champion. Stephen really playing an important role in the semi-final, winning the 3rd match for NJTDC 1, alleviating some of the pressure off his teammates to make it through to the final here. Of course, Eugene Wong coming from Canada. Currently ranked only 215 in the world, but largely due to inactivity in international events. It's been ranked as high as 55 in the world back in 2016 after the Olympic Games, and has taken matches from some phenomenal international players like Fang Bo and Krayanga. I think one of the things that I said in the last semi-final is there really is no other player in the world that plays the way Eugene Wong plays.
He has just unbelievable feeling and variations. Like sometimes he can loop the ball super spinny, and sometimes he loops it with no spin at all. And it looks the motion at which he accelerates is exactly the same.
So certainly the caliber of table tennis is going to be in favor of Eugene Wong, but let's see what Steven Chu can do here in this match. Great backhand opening and forehand follow-up. Of course, very hard to hit through Eugene, especially with his anticipation. A lot of the time he's so aware of where the ball's going and how it's going there.
Just so much quality. You know, like his forearm and his wrist acceleration is on point. I mean, he's always had this very short kind of technique, but it's got so much quality on it. You know, he's got, you know, so much feeling and control. He's almost like the Kung Fu Panda.
Huge forehand from Eugene. Good placement from Steven Chu. Managed to get into the elbow of Eugene. I think one of the difficult things about playing a much higher level player, especially a player who has so much international experience, is just trying not to put so much pressure on yourself on that first opening ball. I mean,
That's certainly true. I mean, Eugene is also putting a lot of pressure as well, as we can see. Like, he's not really, you know, playing too much short. He's directly pushing the ball deep, long, and initiating a lot of pressure early on.
so at the first game for Eugene Wong, really difficult style for a lot of players to come up against. Certainly the team from True North Table Tennis Club will be hoping to close out early here in this third game. It's only a best of 5 team match tie, so the first team to win 3 matches will take home $15,000 in prize money and the trophy for winning the Division 1 here. Half long serve there, and Eugene misses the backhand flip opening. Great shot from Steven Chu. Now, we did see when he played his match in the semi-final a lot of nerves in the first game, but went back to the bench and in the second game really came out firing. So hopefully he can do a little bit more damage here in this second game and relax a little bit and play his shots with some confidence.
As you mentioned earlier, it's kind of an uphill battle, so I really, would not expect him to try to hold anything back in this situation. He really needs to dig deep and take a lot of chances and risk and hopefully capitalize on some good opportunities.
Definitely looking for some good placement there, going for the down the line forehand. And Eugene going for a big backhand opening. Usually it's pretty reliable with those opening shots. Seen him miss a couple this game already.
That was not a bad shot. That was not a bad shot from Chu either. Like that backhand banana opening to the forehand.
He gets pretty good acceleration on on both his shots off both wings.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Eugene just makes it look kind of easy.
Yeah, I mean the unfortunate thing is Eugene has such good anticipation. He's often in the right place, and then he ends up using that acceleration back against you. But Stephen Chu definitely making a bit more of a dent here in the second game than the first. He's playing some fantastic shots off both wings. Taking the risk on that forehand down the line. Definitely the right shot to make. Probably could have taken maybe 10% off that power to try and hit the mark. Not very often you see Eugene backing off the table.
That was a good redirection from Chu, opening up his shoulder and being able to loop it wide out to Eugene's backhand. Wow! Look at how low Eugene is bending to the ground. His knees almost touching the ground. That's how low he got.
Always gets so much power from his legs. Oh, wow. Goes in for that forehand kill flip. Gets the ball sent straight back at his elbow. Backs off the table again. Chu bringing the game to within just 1 point. The ball popped up a little bit there, but missed opportunity for Chu. 2 game points here for Eugene Wong to potentially go up 2-0. Soft opening, goes for a big forehand.
You know, Eugene has such good feel. It's like, man, sometimes it looks like he's playing in slow motion.
And catches it there, 11-9 to go up 2-0. Pretty good showing from Stephen Chu in that game. I think he played some phenomenal shots.
Yeah, I would definitely agree so. But then at this moment, right, being down 2-0 in teams and also 2-0 in this match, it's certainly going to put a lot of pressure on him, I would say. I mean, kind of like this next game is do or die.
So starting out the third game here, Eugene Wong serving.
Oh, a big forehand from Eugene Wong.
I think he might step it up a little in this game, especially on the offensive.
Oh, and another huge forehand from Eugene Wong, stepping around and ripping the ball down the line. So much quality.
Great placement there. Just has such a great ability to change the pace of the ball
So
in the
many
moment.
gears. You saw in the last point, he just went and absolutely ripped it. This one, he's open, soft, slow.
I think he's very, very much the master player of the unexpected.
Master player of speed and spin. So versatile.
Takes off to a 5-1 lead here. Looking to take this match out. Give his team the win. Big risky, long, fast serve there. Going for that wide angle. Just misses the table. He had some great success with that long serve in the last match. Catches a net ball there. Chu doing a great job of starting that point out. Lost his rhythm a little there. 7-1 for Eugene. And again with that slow ball.
Catches it very early off the bounce though. I wonder if we can get that on a replay, but that's just very, very, very good technique.
Big backhand there. He's got a handful of match points here and championship points. And Chu pops the ball off the end. Eugene Wong wins, and it'll be 3-0 for True North Table Tennis Club. The team here, Kolei defeating Lang Jishan in a tight 3-2 match. Kamal taking down Tianya, and then Eugene Wong comfortably sailing through that third match to give the team the 3-0 lead. And the True North Table Tennis Club, those three players, along with Kevin Guo and James Yu, are the champions here at the 2021 JOOLA North American Team Championship. An excellent showing from them. It's been a great event. We've had some fantastic matches here on Table 1. Big thank you to OSAI partnering with us for this stream in mixed reality and having these live stats and analytics and AI. Some great innovation here in the live stream. And I want to thank everyone who came out here to participate in the JOOLA North American Team Champs. It's been great to have this tournament.